Okay, we are reconvening from our closed session. City Attorney?
There is no reportable action out of closed session.
Thank you. Madam Clerk for the housing?
Commissioner Beckles.
Present.
Commissioner Bui.
Here.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner O'Connor.
Here.
Commissioner Fon.
Here.
And Vice Chair Beard.
Here.
And Chair Nguyen.
Yes. Okay, we have oral communication. We have one card from Tony Flores. If there are any others for Housing Authority, please turn them into Ms. Pomeroy.
Good evening, Mayor, staff. I'm Tony Flores. Just a couple of items here that I've noticed, and I'm going to bring it up. Now, this isn't going to go to the DA's office, so don't worry. I'm not going to write anything up. Get it over there and grab some attention, although I think it's noteworthy. One of the things that I want to talk about is the implementation of Ordinance 2668. Approves an amendment number A-12205, amending Section 912.100 entitled Density Bonuses and Other Incentives for Affordable Housing of Title IX of the Garden Grove Municipal Code. The reason I bring that up, of course, is that we've got an issue out there that's pending in question over on Valley View, south of Chapman, the Olson Company. You know, they're saying nothing's going to happen. Mr. Beard already told us that nothing's going to happen. But the folks over there keep hearing things that something's going to happen. We all know that it's not zoned for it, but sometimes it can be zoned for it. And I'm bringing this up because in some of the research that I've done, and you're going to, Mr. Jones, this actually involves you. When you were a planning commissioner, July 5th of 2005, you actually were one of the folks that started this ordinance. It wasn't called this ordinance then, but high density. And we all know you're involved in development. One of the problems that we have with that is that the Garden Grove Municipal Code specifically talks about it's 2.02.070. That's interest. Any member of any official board, commission, or committee who has a conflict of interest as defined herein in any manner before the board, commission, or committee of which he or she is a member shall disclose such fact on record of such board, commission, or committee and refrain from participating in any discussion, voting thereon, provided that such exceptions shall be observed as required by law. Now, the reason I said it because since then, this particular ordinance keeps popping up, 2668, and a lot of the developments that you're involved with. Now, even though back when you voted to push it through, now you merely recuse yourself. But the die's been cast. You've already been one of the folks that pushed it through. And what's, I guess, concerning about that, when you look at Municipal Code 2.02.060, the public official has a substantial or financial or substantial personal interest in the outcome. That's point one. And two, public official has reason to believe or expect that he or she will derive a direct monetary gain. Since you helped push this through, and now you're recusing yourself from all these other projects, Dale 12668, Hope, let's see, Hope, what's that address on that one, excuse me, Brandywine, Hope, 14051 Hope LLC. The minutes are pretty clear every time you recuse yourself. My point is this, is that the pattern that's been established where the financial interest part has been taken care of, the zoning has been changed, and now you merely recuse yourself. Your actions then are putting dollars in your pocket now. If we're going to see that on Valley View, south of Chapman, I'm going to be here probably a little more vocal than I am now, but this has to be brought up. This has to be discussed. We have to take a look at this on how this gets done. And we're seeing it. Now, all I did was read it. I just pulled it up. It's all in the records. Nothing I made up here. Okay, I can tell you right now, I'm nowhere near Mr. Hemingway. I'm not a writer, but I can tell you I can read. And there is a problem. So if we're going to be changing zoning, if we're going to have a problem out in West Garden Grove, we want to stop it now before it happens. You're already making your bucks. You're recusing yourself. But like I said, you've already voted, and you're benefiting from this vote. Take a look at it. Again, I'm not going to send it to the DA's office, but it's there. I might not send it to the DA's office. Thank you.
Okay, there are no more comments here for the Housing Authority. Are there? For the Housing Authority. Okay, Great. We have some consent items. I'll entertain a motion to approve them.
Move to approve.
Yep, second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Oh, yeah, we can reuse these things again.
Remember how to use it?
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Oh, welcome back to our regular chambers, by the way. Notice we're voting differently here. Great. And it looks like we have a public hearing tonight.
Yes, we do. Mayor Nguyen and honorable commissioners. Tonight we have the adoption of the annual plan for fiscal year 2016 for the Garden Grove Housing Authority, and Danny Nguyen is here to give the staff report.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. The item before you tonight is the fiscal year 2016 annual plan. The plan is a comprehensive guide to the Housing Authority policies, operations, and strategies for meeting local housing needs and goals. The Housing Authority is required to submit this plan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development prior to April 17th. In 2015, the Housing Authority received a CMAP score of 100%. CMAP is a combination of self-audit and data submission to HUD that measures the performance of the Housing Authority. A score of 100% qualifies the Housing Authority as a high-performing agency, and therefore, as a high-performing agency, we are only required to complete a streamlined format of the annual plan. A resident advisory board, comprised of 6 tenant participants of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, have received the plan, and their comments are attached. The public hearing has been properly noticed on January 6th and the 13th. It is recommended that the Housing Authority Commission conduct the public hearing and adopt the 2016 annual plan. That concludes my report. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm going to open the public hearing right now. Any members wish to speak on these? Seeing and hearing none, I'm closing the public hearing. And I will entertain a motion for this item.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? None. I'd like to thank our tenant advisory board, Ms. Con Kim T. Nguyen, Charles Taw, James O'Connor, Karen Hostetter, Carol Beckles, and Ruby Geither for their work in putting this together and reviewing it, and also thank you to staff for having this. Please vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay. We have no items for consideration unless any commissioners would like to speak to agendize anything in the future. If not, okay. Any matters from my fellow commissioners? None. Mr. Director, any comments? Okay, we're going to adjourn this meeting and transition into our next segment. So I'll just take a little break right now. Yeah, just a really quick break. Roll call.
Councilmember Beard.
Here.
Councilmember Bowie.
Here.
Councilmember Fawn.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Here.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Now I'm going to ask everyone to please rise and ask Ms. Hoy to deliver the invocation for us, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance right after, so please remain standing.
Dear Lord, give us a spirit of service. Remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of the human spirit. Amen.
Amen. Please face the flag and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a community presentation tonight. Ms. Hoy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, this evening, the Garden Grove City Council is pleased to acknowledge 10 outstanding local students selected as ambassadors to represent Garden Grove in the 27th Annual Sister City Exchange Program to Anyang, South Korea. The Garden Grove Sister City Association has deepened the city's understanding of and ties with the Republic of Korea. Through the Sister City Exchange Program, Garden Grove's youth have a unique opportunity to learn about the Korean culture firsthand. They see the country's beautiful sights, but more importantly, they experience its warm hospitality. The students, along with the chaperones James Flatabow and Kirsten Gonzalez, will serve as Garden Grove's Goodwill Ambassadors during their 10-day stay. During their visit, they'll be staying with Korean families who have graciously opened their homes and hearts to the students and their chaperones. At this time, I'd like to call forward the students who are present and give a brief introduction. Please stay up front after being called so we can take a group photo afterwards. Okay? The first student is Joshua Baird. Joshua is a senior at Bolsa Grande High School, and he hopes to major in physics at Brigham Young University and become an engineer. Callie Cow. Callie is a senior at La Quinta High School, and Callie hopes to major in biology at UC Irvine and become a pediatrician. Clarissa Escobedo. Clarissa is a senior at Garden Grove High School, and she hopes to attend UC Irvine or UCLA and become a doctor. Talia Koo. Talia is a senior at Garden Grove High School, and she hopes to major in public health at San Diego State University, UC San Diego, or UC Santa Barbara to specialize in obstetrics and gynecology. Andrea Montoya. Andrea is a senior at Garden Grove High School, and she hopes to major in Latin American Studies at UC Riverside or San Diego State University and become an immigration attorney.
Awesome.
Annette No. Annette is a senior at Santiago High School, and Annette hopes to major in health and medicine at UC Irvine and to become a dermatologist. Alexis Potlin. Alexis is a senior at Santiago High School, and he hopes to major in business administration, specifically in accounting at USC, UC San Diego, UCLA, or UC Irvine, and become an accountant. And our last student is Jenny Fawn. Jenny is a senior at Los Amigos High School, and Jenny hopes to major in international studies at UCLA and become a foreign ambassador. Have I forgotten someone? I'm sorry. We do have another sheet. That's good. Monique Ruelas. Monique is a senior at Santiago High School, and she hopes to major in pharmaceutical sciences at UC Irvine, UC Santa Cruz, or Humboldt, and become a pharmacist and one day own her own business. Michael Stoughton. Michael is a senior at Pacifica High School, and he hopes to major in aerospace engineering or international business at USC, UC San Diego, UCLA, or UC Irvine, and become an aircraft designer. I have it? Okay. It's easy to see why this year's students are an outstanding group. The city is proud to have such excellent diplomats represent us in Anyang, South Korea. And at this time, the mayor and city council would like to present each of you with a filled City of Garden Grove tote bag to present to your host families on your behalf. And we wish you a safe and memorable trip to South Korea.
Yes, thank you. No, you guys stay there. Yeah. Tell the mayor I said hello over there. He's a nice guy. You know, so let's put the ribbon and give you some of these things. But thank you. What a great group. You know, so talented. We're sending our very best to South Korea. Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you. The Anyang folks are so nice to us. They send me things all the time. Yeah. All right. So we'll just come up here and we can hop behind them. Okay. So y'all stay there. Okay. All right. Okay, y'all squeeze in a little bit. Let's Mr. Beers through. Okay, great. Send our very best annyeonghaseos to our friends over there, okay? Thank you, everybody. Awesome. Okay. You know, I noticed, yes, bon voyage, have a safe trip. Thank you. Great program. Please support them. They're always doing great things. There's the strawberry stomp coming up too, which benefits the kids at our strawberry festival. So if you're a runner, be sure to sign up. Follow us on Twitter. Stay tuned. So I noticed that Mr. Ely is here, but we do have some oral communications that will be speaking about the maps. I'm just really curious, by a show of hands, does the public want to speak before the presentation? After? Okay, we have one after. Before, after? Okay. Okay, before. All right. And everyone else, doesn't matter? Then we'll go with the 2 as opposed to the 1, then have it before. Mr. Ely.
Let's see. That work? Okay. I'm going to show you just a few slides and describe in general the process that we went through. We've looked at a whole bunch of maps, and at the end of this I have 3 maps that I think boil down most of what went on, and so those will be kind of the focus of my presentation. Obviously nothing is tied to any particular map at this point, but I think that these 3 maps that I'm getting to basically summarize the main options that came up during the process. In any kind of drawing representative districts, there's a series of things that we always consider. There's legal requirements, the primary one of which is that the districts have to be of equal population. There's also other legal requirements relating to the Voting Rights Act, things that say that we can't discriminate intentionally against any minority group, and we can't draw districts in a way that will result in vote dilution for any minority group. We look at a lot of geographic considerations that have to do with the layout of neighborhoods, how the street grid is within the city, how areas connect with each other, and that sort of thing. And also in terms of other kinds of geographic areas that are predefined, so school districts, maybe attendance areas for different schools, the locations of schools, a lot of physical characteristics that define the geography of the city. We also look at the history of political participation. This is especially important in trying to avoid issues of vote dilution and also trying to draw districts in a way that are going to provide fair representation for all different kinds of communities. We have information about the total voter registration, the voter turnout. In this situation, we looked at the 2012 and 2014 elections, and ethnic shares of the registration and the voter breakdown. And I'll talk about the details of that a little bit later. We also look at the basic demographic characteristics of the city. So the total population and its distribution, which is what we use to equalize the population of the districts. We look at the breakdown by ethnicity. We have data from the 2010 census that has population and voting age population broken down by ethnicity. The way that the Census Bureau breaks it down is very complex. 65 different categories of multiracial and Latino, non-Latino breakdowns. Those get simplified into categories that the Justice Department has defined that are used for evaluating any potential for violation of the Voting Rights Act or any creation of vote dilution problems. I also look at socioeconomic characteristics. Oh, I'm skipping. In addition to the 2010 census data for population and voting age population, we also have citizen voting age population, which is collected from a different survey that the Census Bureau does. It's called the American Community Survey. That's carried out annually, and reports are generated for a 5-year period. They're released every year, but it's for the previous 5-year period. The most recent one of those that we have was from data that was collected from 2010 through 2014. We also have socioeconomic characteristics that come from that survey and from other information about the housing in the city. We have data about income, home ownership, the age of the housing, and length of residence. There's a lot of other characteristics that we can look at as well, but those are the primary ones. And then probably the biggest, most important consideration is the public input. In drawing these districts, the primary objective is to recognize the communities as they exist within the city and provide equal and fair representation for all the different communities. We want to have districts that make sense. We want to have districts that don't pit communities against each other, that allow people to work cooperatively. And the public input is really the biggest piece in defining all of that. And so we've had a lot of public input, and I'll talk about that in a bit. First, let me talk a little bit about the demographic data that we looked at in this process. So let's see, is it? PowerPoint's not.
How do you click it forward?
Oh, it looks like it's just taking its time, maybe. All right, there we go. As I described, we have these are totals for the city that are shown on this chart, broken down into Latino and Asian subgroups for the population, voting age population, and citizen voting age population. You can see that for the Latino population, the Latino population is younger than the city as a whole and has a higher rate of non-citizens. So the Latino share of the total population is almost 37%, but it drops down to 24.5% when you look at the citizen voting age population. The Asian population is slightly older than the population as a whole and has a slightly higher citizenship rate than the population as a whole. And so you've got about almost 38% of the total population is Asian, 39% of the voting age population, and then almost 42% of the voting age citizens. That data is all self-identified. People say on a census form what their ethnicity is. The other things that we have on this table are based on voter registration information and voting information, and there is no ethnic information associated with that. People don't self-identify in their registration forms. And so in order to do any kind of analysis for this, we use surname dictionaries. Surname dictionaries are not very good at identifying whether a given individual is Spanish or Asian or of any particular ethnicity, because these surname lists have the most common names, but they don't have all the names of a given ethnicity. And there's a lot of names that occur in more than one ethnicity. And then there's a lot of people who, due to marriage or other factors, have a surname that even if the surname reflects a certain ethnicity, that's not necessarily their ethnicity. And so what we use are dictionaries that have been developed by experts and are used regularly, and so that analysis is included in everything that we do. Let's see if I can move to the next slide without too much difficulty. In order to carry out this process, the city engaged in a lot of outreach, trying to inform people. There's a website that was specific to this information that had all the information. The city sent out mailings, water bill inserts. There were press releases. There's a little segment that was done on the TV, the city's TV station. Used social media, distributed flyers, listed events on the calendars, email blasts to a database, and then emails to local community groups and residents. And we had a whole bunch of meetings of different sorts. As a summary of the meetings that we had, the process started with a council study session at the end of November. In our round one of meetings, I had 11 personal and small group meetings, and then we had our 3 community meetings, the locations of which are locations of date are listed here. Following that group of meetings, and some other activity that happened on the legal front that changed the status of where we were going with the districting. There was the council held a public hearing on January 26th, and then we went into a second round of meetings. I had again 9 additional personal small group meetings, and then we had the four community meetings. Council presentation today, and then we still have 2 council public hearings planned for April 12th and April 26th. During this process, we looked at a lot of potential maps. We started out with 3 5-district maps, sample maps that I created. I had a little bit of public input in the creation of these maps from the individual meetings, but they were all done prior to the first round of public meetings. Following the first round, I created an additional 4 6-district maps that were used at the second round of public meetings. In addition to that, there were 2 6-district public submission maps, and variations on one of them. So basically, preliminarily, we were looking at nine different kinds of alternatives that we put together. Following the second round of public hearings, I looked at the two public submissions reflected two alternative ways of doing the city that were similar to ones that were done in some of my original sample maps. There was one way of carving up the city that I thought wasn't reflected in these public submissions, and so I created an additional an additional map, 6-district map that was based on the input that we got, and that I felt wasn't reflected in what these two public submissions did. So I believe that the 3 maps that I'm going to present in some detail, all of these different maps are in packets that are available to people, but I'm going to discuss the 3 particular maps that I think best reflect what we've seen so far. The first map here is referred to as consultant sample 6E. All of the maps that we look at are very similar on District 1 and on District 6, and they have a pretty significant similarity in District 5. I think there was a lot of consensus overall in general that what District 1 would look like and what District 6 would look like in the southeast corner. There was a lot of general consensus, I think, that there should be 2 districts largely to the east of Euclid. The part that's in the middle, there certainly was no consensus about what things should look like. And so these 3 alternatives, I think, provide three ways, in general, ways of dividing up the central area, and obviously there's some detailed differences in the others. But in the sample 6E, the central area has 1 district to the north, District 2, which is pretty much everything above Chapman, and then in the center of the city it comes down to Lamson as well. Then there is a district that's sort of in the center of the city that has both sides of Garden Grove Boulevard, tries to capture most of the Korean business district in one district, although it doesn't do it completely because the south side of Orange Grove, Garden Grove, is in District 1 for west of Magnolia. And then we have a District 4, which is primarily south of the Garden Grove Freeway in the Little Saigon and Little Saigon adjacent areas. The next map, which we'll refer to as Public Submission 1, again, as I said, Districts 1 and 6 are pretty similar. District 1 comes a little bit farther north on the eastern section rather than going as much south of the 22 freeway, but overall is a lot of the same territory. The biggest difference between this map and the others is that District 2 is more limited to the northern area and spreads a little wider east to west. So it comes across Euclid going east, and then it comes south to Lamson a little bit on the western end of the district. It has 2 districts that include the Little Saigon area and that are heavily Asian in population. And then again, it has the 2 districts that are primarily to the west or to the east of Euclid. And then the final one of these 3 maps, again, Districts 1 and 6, very similar to the others. There's some detailed differences with this District 5, but the primary difference is that we have District 4, which is largely the Little Saigon and adjacent areas, and then we have 2 districts in the northern area that are divided in a more east-west manner, so next to each other instead of stacked on top. So you've got one district, District 2, which goes all the way from Garden Grove Boulevard to the northern end of the city. District 3 to the east of that also goes from Garden Grove to the northern end of the city, but comes south of Garden Grove somewhat in order to achieve population balance on all of these. We also have data for all of these maps. All of them have population deviations that are well within any kind of legal requirement. We can have deviations up to plus or minus 5% if we have good reasons for them. None of these maps have deviations that are beyond 2%, and I think they're mostly within 1% of the ideal population. Each of the districts has a District 6, which is, while it's not majority Latino in terms of voting age citizens, it does have a strong plurality of Latinos. In the sample 6E, we also have an Asian majority in 2 of the districts, in District 3 and District 4. In public submission 1, again, populations are all well within balance. The characteristics of District 6 are almost identical in all of the maps, and there is a more distinct Asian majority in both Districts 3 and 4. And public submission 2. Again, populations all well within the expected or the acceptable values. District 6 is the same relative to the Latino numbers. In this map, there's only one district that has an Asian majority, but there's a couple of other districts that have higher Asian numbers than they do in the other maps. In terms of the potential for vote dilution or violation of the Equal Voting Rights or the Voting Rights Act, it's my opinion that all of these maps would be perfectly acceptable or perfectly legal. There's different issues that could be raised about all of them, but I don't think that there's anything that would raise to the level of being a litigation risk. That's my report for now.
Thank you. Shall we hear from the public? Okay. That's Rick Montoya.
Good evening, everyone, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. Actually, I was only wanted to start by regarding the district processing. I wanted to basically say that overall, I want to say I'm proud of the way the city has acted and what we've done so far. The city staff, Mr. City Manager, you came in at such a you came in, I guess, with barely your foot in the door before you got thrown this, if you will, in your lap. I want to say the process has gone pretty well. Deputy City Manager, Maria Stripe, same thing. City Clerk's Office, everyone has done a great job managing these meetings and really putting together a good discussion or opening a discussion for the city, if you will. I want to say, though, there is one area that could have been done a little bit better, or maybe an area in which we could work on as a city. Communication. As the demographer noted up on the screen, we went, at least a good 10 to 12 different ways we tried to reach out to the community. Internet, social media, city website, all great ways to do it in contemporary means. But what we noticed, and I think some of you may have been there, at the Buena Clinton meeting on the east side, predominantly Spanish-speaking community. We definitely have the translators there, but these folks are a little bit more, if you will, old school. Flyers on city post, if you will, on the light post. Flyers at the meeting centers, if you will, stuff like that. That's really how they get their information, and they spread it word of mouth. So just basically, you know, if you will, I don't want to be a criticism, but I mean, if we can, something we can maybe do a little bit better. I believe the Vietnamese community was also very concerned with not being able to be notified. Again, I think the goal here is that we focus on maybe how to reach these communities. The districting process has definitely brought a lot more folks into the fold, and I think that now these people are coming in, we need to reevaluate the way we communicate to everyone. So I definitely like to see if we can work on that. Otherwise, though, the discussion is definitely vibrant. I'm a member of a few groups here in the city and a few groups that don't meet with each other normally, and I'm starting to notice that. Folks, just last night there was a meeting here where there was folks from different groups that don't normally talk, if you will. They were definitely rounding up support around certain maps or certain ideas. So, I mean, that's good conversation. That's stuff that I'd like to see in the city. That's stuff that is definitely bringing more people in. Again, I've noticed more membership growing in some of these groups, some folks that I've never seen. And again, I'm new here relatively, but I think everyone in this room can admit that they've talked to someone that they don't normally talk to. And that has definitely been increased by this process. So, again, mainly want to thank you all for that. And I want to continue to hope we have this continued dialogue, this argument, if you will, a good argument. I mean, again, good debate, contentious debate is necessary so that we can definitely get to so the great ideas can eventually rise to the top and we can find some type of consensus overall. I don't mean to bring that somewhat down there, but I do want to address one issue that is not related to the Orange County District Attorney's recommendations. I'm really, haven't been a candidate this last time around in 2014, ran on this idea of transparency, if you will, tried to, again, bring out the information, let people hear what happened, and let them make decisions on their own. I'd really like to see that all four of the recommendations from the district attorney's Brown Act investigation, if you will, be put forth. Specifically, I think we all agreed, or it was all agreed the last meeting, that the first three, the recording of the closed session by the city clerk's office, the not relying on the pending litigation exception to create a new position in the city, and also to open that up in open session to make sure. But the one that wasn't agreed upon and that kind of put us, I guess, if you will, at a standstill was the investigation into the no-show position, if you will. There was obviously, this position came out of nowhere, if you will. I understand, I don't understand, I guess, is the bottom line. I just kind of like to, if you will, myself, I know other citizens have expressed it, they'd like to know what exactly happened. We all know there was a lot going on, it was moving fast, decisions were made, but what decisions were made? Why did it happen? And then, was there a no-show position? I don't honestly, personally, I don't think it actually was meant to be one, but the bottom line is we need to know exactly what happened so that we can then move forward. We can, make our decisions based on that and move forward from here. I think there's a lot of contention out there in the public that want to know this. They want to know this information, and let the chips fall where they will. If we can possibly do that, I'd really appreciate that. Sorry. Again, thank you for your time. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Block. Following Joe Block will be Julie Vo and then Laura Hien Tran.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Joel Block. I also want to express my concern that the Barlag investigation issue has not yet been resolved by the council. Let's not forget that it was actually litigation that was threatened against the city that began the whole process that led to the settlement agreement with Mr. Barlag, that led to the questions raised by the district attorney's office, that there was a no-show job provided pursuant to that settlement agreement. And there's a cloud that hangs over the city. 3 of the council members that are present today were members of the council that participated in the Brown Act violations that occurred. And how do we have confidence that this board this council will make wise decisions concerning the dividing lines of the districts and all the other rules when the cloud is hanging over the city. Number two, I want to emphasize that actual population should be the single most important criteria that swallows up all other criteria in the consideration of dividing up the districts. Let me explain why it's not voting population or eligible to vote or anything like that. If you have a child in your district and they didn't vote for you, does that mean you're going to ignore their concerns? If they're having a problem, in danger, in a crosswalk, in safety, does that mean they don't count? Of course they count. If an old person who hasn't ever registered to vote because they were an immigrant and they live in your district, are you going to ignore their concerns because they're not a voter? Of course not. So we need to talk about only population, and it needs to be exactly the same. And when I say exactly, the closest you can do it is the better. Why? The last mayoral election in this city was determined by 15 votes. That's 0.054%. The demographer says that legally you can go up to 5% in 1/6 of the city, and the whole city mayoral's race turned on 0.054%. If you move the lines one way or the other to somehow not try to achieve perfection in the population comparisons, you could potentially affect the vote in one of those districts by swinging that vote because 100 people were not included in a particular district that they could have been, and when they didn't get to vote, the election was affected. Finally, you have many other issues that you have to address as part of the package. Yes, you have the map districts, but you've got to deal with the critical other decisions. The order of the districts that are going to come up for election in 2016, that's critical. Which are going to be the 2-year terms, that's critical. Eligibility to run, that's critical. Because you've had citywide elections up to this point for city council, you've never had to deal with eligibility questions within the district. It's not so easy all the time. And this is an integrated whole. So my suggestion, as a retired attorney, I've looked at a lot of these things myself, and I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of moving pieces, and you've got to present it as a whole to the public well in advance so people know not just where the district lines are going to be ahead of time, but which ones are coming up first and second, which one's going to have the 2-year term, and what the eligibility and the criteria for being eligible to run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julie Vo, and then Laura Hin Tran, and then Kim Nguyen.
Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Julie Vo. I am a resident of Garden Grove. I love living in the city and learning more about how I can become a more engaged and responsive community member. And so I appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of my thoughts tonight. Yesterday, in just the other room, we had close to 40 community residents convene to learn, discuss, and ask questions about the district map process and the upcoming district elections. I think it is a remarkable step forward for Garden Grove to move towards district elections and finally allow the opportunity for adequate representation for all residents. We want a map which reflects our true neighborhoods and communities. I believe that map 2D, submitted by Mr. Andrew Kanzler, most adequately and fairly reflects that and supports the consideration of his proposed map. But of course, that is just the first step. District maps provide the opportunity for adequate representation. It is then up to all of us to elect the representative who most accurately reflects our needs and who is willing to listen to voices and not just dollars, special interests, or political pressures. Which brings me to my next point. I'm also here tonight to ask that the council follow the Orange County District Attorney's advice and recommendation to investigate former Fire Chief Barlag for his appointed position as Public Safety Administrator. Who appointed him to this position? Are we still paying him? What is this about his not even showing up for work, but still getting a paycheck? How does transparency and accountability factor into such a situation? What type of legal counsel would advise this and allow this to occur? This is not something to be swept under the rug and forgotten. Your constituents elected you to office to clean house, not hide the dirt in unseen places. I'm requesting the city not only follow the DA's recommendations, but to seek new legal counsel. We need to go to RFP for legal counsel. We demand accountability. Implement the audit. We demand transparency. Council members, you know who you are. Choose integrity and please step up and acknowledge your role in allowing this to happen. As it relates to our upcoming district elections, it doesn't matter who is elected to office if the bureaucracy continues to resist change and favors the status quo. Let's make this happen. Thank you.
Laura Hien Tran, and then Kim Nguyen, and then Benny Diaz. And following Benny Diaz will be Billy Lay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laura Hien Tran. I'm speaking on behalf of my family of 10, residing at 11952 Medina Drive, Garden Grove. We are living here more than 2 decades ago. It's my pleasure standing here tonight in my hometown to express my concern about the proposed voting district map created by Mr. David Eli from Compass Demographic Company, as well as by Ms. Kim Nguyen and Ms. Kanzler, 2 residents of Garden Grove City. I can say my family and I, we were very satisfied with the wonderful services that the city councils and the management of the city Garden Grove have done to their residents of this lovely city. We're very happy and proud living in the quiet and safe community here during more than 2 decades ago. But unfortunately, recently there is a complaint brought up by Mr. Rick Montoya, so the council members have to hire Mr. David Eli from Compass Demographic to create those maps. I hope and wish this approved map would work for all of us. Anyway, I respect your decision. And if we have to choose one of those 6 proposals, 4 from the Compass Company and 2 from the residents of this city. But I urge you, Mayor and City Councils, to adopt the Kim Nguyen map proposal. I think it's the most reasonable and fair map. So the Latino community will have opportunity for 2 seats, and the Asian community will have 2 seats, and the rest 2 seats will be reserved to the Caucasian community. It truly represents Garden Grove diverse population. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ely, which one is the Kim Nguyen map on here?
That's the public submission one.
Okay, great. Thank you. Kim Nguyen.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and distinguished members of the Council. My name is Kim Nguyen, also known as the person behind submission number 1. Throughout this journey, I have found that the question most asked of me for myself and from people I know is, who is Kim Nguyen? I'm a 24-year-old healthcare professional, first-generation Vietnamese Latina, product of the Garden Grove Unified School District, and a proud banana slug as I am the first to graduate in my family. The other questions that follow are, why did you create this map? And what are the benefits? My answer, as a double minority mixed race young woman, I have had to navigate and discover what it means to be a Vietnamese Latina. I have seen and experienced the struggles of both communities. I witnessed the divide and political strife that sometimes come in between the two. I went into creating this map with the mindset that the Latino and Vietnamese communities could work together so that all ethnic groups and races could have a seat at the table. Also, as someone who has grown up in East Garden Grove, I witnessed firsthand the lack of representation and the neglect from those who were chosen to lead us in the past. Promises never kept under the guise of progress. For so long, the voices of the few have been drowned by the voices of the many. I believe this map is an accurate representation of Garden Grove and its residents. I strongly support the efforts of my community, and I urge you to adopt map submission number 1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Benny Diaz. And then Billy Lay.
Honorable Mayor and Bao, distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Benny Diaz, and I am the president of the LULAC Foundation, which is based here in Garden Grove. I came this afternoon to express my support to the King Wen's map submitted to the city clerk. The map submitted by Mrs. Wen summarize a well-balanced distribution of our communities. It will reflect a fair representation of our demographics in our city. But most importantly, it is the first time in which Latinos and Vietnamese are coming together to try to find a well-balanced representation in our city. I am very blessed and pleased of being working with a brand new group of Vietnamese community members that live in Garden Grove, who have the desire to bridge the broken relationship that existed in the past and rebuild that relationship and make our city more strong. For that, I wanted to thank especially Ms. Wen for being so kind and giving her time to develop these maps and find a balance point that will make us to feel part of our city. Please, City Council members, I will begging you to please consider the map presented by Mrs. Wen, and I hope at the end of this mapping issue, we can all join together hands and say, we did it. And thank you very much to staff for the job well done. Your job is sincerely to every one of you, to the consultant, has been a reflection of the willingness to make a difference in the city. And for that, LULAC and our membership and on behalf of the Vietnamese community, I thank you to all. Thank you.
Following Billy Lay will be Deidre Nguyen, and then Ed Portillo.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and city staffs. It's been a while since I stand before you speaking, but first I would like to congratulate you on being part of a leadership on the 60th anniversary for celebrating the city of Garden Grove, and thank you for the staff for reaching out to the Vietnamese community on this matter. I happen to be a liaison for a local police department as well as a school district, and this issue was brought up so that we can dissect it to eventually outreach to the Vietnamese community, and I would like to thank the city staff for doing that. One of the things that I've been participating with was working with students, families throughout their school district, and I noticed that the Vietnamese community, as well as the Latino community, as well as the Caucasian community, and other community within the Garden Grove school districts or the city need our help. And in order to get our help, we need to have a fair representation. For example, as public administrator, as city council members, I urge you to take a look at the proposal and see how you can help put this map, choose a map that will best represent us, depending on the populations, making sure the standard deviations are accurately represented, equitable throughout the range, and make sure that it's fairly represented once again. For example, if a mobile home area is being split between two groups and have two council members representing it, the question here will be, does that make sense? So it's something for us to take a look at and see what works. So I urge you, with submission number 1 drawn by Ms. Kim Nguyen, I see that it will best represent us as a community, and I urge you to speak with the council, the staff member, to see what will represent our community, basically represent the common groups for the common interest. And I hope that in the future, the city would do the best and continue on with the community outreach, so that way everybody is notified and all the concerns are being brought up and collaborated through different meetings in the future. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Teacher Nguyen?
Good evening, Mr. Mayors, council members, and the city staff, as well as everyone here tonight. My name is Deirdre Nguyen. I grew up in Garden Grove. I love this city, and first of all, after closely analyze all the 6 map, and as well today with the submission from the 6D and the public submission 1 and submission 2, I believe that Kim Nguyen's map is very fair representations for all the community in general. With a very low percent of deviations, and keep in mind, we keep community together with a common interest. And especially with the public submission 1 by Ms. Kim Nguyen, all the district divide among the major street, not among the mobile home, nor the residential area. So that would be fair representations for all the communities, not just Vietnamese, the Caucasians, and yet the Latino community as well. So Mr. Mayors, council members, and city staff, and especially thank you, Mr. David Eli, for your presentations and your hard work, dedication in this project. Once again, I urge Mr. Mayor, council member to adopt public submission 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Portillo, and then Damian Garcia Monroy, and then Peggy Bergen.
Good evening, City Council and Honorable Mayor. My name is Ed Portillo. I've been a resident in Garden Grove for the last 16 years, and I have to say I'm really proud of the city for its efforts in, hosting these meetings with David Eli, and just basically the fact that, I've been meeting various people from various parts of the cities representing various groups, and we've been having a civil discussion. Unlike, I don't want to say about the other cities, but you've read the news, of course. But it really is something that I guess you could say motivates me and excites me, the fact that we're all coming together, we're having these discussions, and they're civil, right? And we're meeting various groups, and we are coming together, and we are talking, what's not only, because we don't want to divide the city, right? We're not here to say, well, this is your part of town, and you're sticking to that. No, we're coming together and saying, hey, let's work on it. Let's come up with a consensus, and let's, provide a map that we will be using for the next 10 years. And I have to say, I'm here to support Kim Nguyen's map, because I feel that she's done the work. She's been out there talking to the, different members of the community, and we've been doing, and just talking to these people and talking to these groups, and it basically, I think that public submission 1 best reflects, the city going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Monroy here, Garcia Monroy. And then Peggy Bergen.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Bao and council members. Thank you very much for hearing the community and trying to do outreach toward everybody. This is a very exciting time for us. Me especially. I've been a resident since I was 8, way back in 1981. And I remember meeting with several times throughout my community involvement in Garden Grove with past city mayors and council members. And one of the things they would mention to us is, where are the Latinos at? Where's the vote? But, and I kind of was wondering that myself, but upon talking to a lot of people recently, understand a lot about politics and how things work. A lot of times, money does influence a campaign quite a bit in terms of your outreach. If you have certain resources, if you have from one city to another, it can definitely help. And then if your group historically is not getting elected, then of course certain people may lose interest in voting. So we're in a very exciting time where we could change that and get everybody excited about voting and about participating and fulfilling their civic duty. So it's a great time to be a Garden Grove resident, and we're no longer going to be nobody has to be silent in the city. But I do want to caution, with all humble respect, about diluting any population. If you look at some of those maps, some of those ethnic groups are kind of being clumped up. Okay, please look carefully at some of those maps. Okay, if you look up our representation, okay, you can obviously see that the Vietnamese community votes, and we have a large, as we've mentioned in the voting age, a large percentage is for the Vietnamese community. But if we're not careful, we could end up choosing a map that will inhibit the representation from the Vietnamese community. Okay, my own family is a multi-ethnic family. My wife, Vitan Vuong, and I have 2 children. So, I do have vested interest for sure that we have proper representation in all ethnic groups here. Please look at Kim Nguyen's map. If you'll notice that it really does offer an opportunity for everybody to have that representation. I don't like to say it gives us 2 seats, but no, because we still got to work for it. We still got to show that when we whoever runs for office, that they're going to do the right thing for our city. So it just gives everybody an opportunity. So I wanted to point that out in terms of the diluting of the voting. And if we can just continue, I don't know when the vote will take place, but if we can continue to reach out to people, I haven't seen much people coming together from the Korean community, for example. So we can just keep getting people involved. And I think this is a great time where we can get representation for everybody. So thank you very much. And I just want to give my support to Kim Nguyen's map, because again, it's basically giving everybody in the city, from the maps that I've seen at this time, the best representation. Thank you very much for your time.
Peggy Bergen, and then Julie Ashley, and then Verla Lambert.
I'm Peggy Bergen, and I've been living in the city since 1978. So I have quite a vested interest. All 4 of my children went to school here. And I participate in lots of activities, as some people can see from my shirt. I just finished helping out distributing Easter baskets over at Christ Cathedral. So I am involved in the city. I do think this is a good idea. Other cities that have had it implemented for years, it seems to work very well. And so I don't think that's really the issue. But, everyone keeps talking about families and multicultural. I'm very multicultural too. I'm half Irish and half Norwegian, and I don't have a group. Who will I vote for? But I do not think it's so much as voting for a candidate of your ethnicity as someone that lives in the same community where you do. I've lived for all of the time in Garden Grove in Area 6. We've never had anyone. And we only have one park over there, too, by the way. So we've never had a candidate that's even come close to living in that area. We've had the Tet Festival banner up on Harbor Boulevard until the Strawberry Festival goes up, because none of our representatives happened to see it was still flying. Where if you'd lived in that area, you might say, hey, listen, someone get that down, because that's part of your life, too. So I think all of this is very, very good, but we got to stop saying, Vietnamese, Spanish, Caucasian. This is our city, And what we want to do is get all the areas recognized and everybody out there to vote for people. And there's a better chance for you getting voted when you run if you do not have to campaign across the whole city. It's a big city. To send out mailers, to knock on a few doors, do whatever it takes to get voted. Like, you won't, Mr. Beard wouldn't have to put a sign up in my area because I can't vote for him as much as I'd want to, unless he's running for mayor. You know? So, little things like that mean a big thing. You know, that's one whole set of signs we're not going to have to see along Harbor Boulevard because it's not going to make a difference to us. I mean, when you get up there, it'll make a difference. But while we're voting, it won't. We're working together, trying to make the city better. I think this is something that we now have to have done. So therefore, the cooperation that I've seen so far is very, very good. And so let's get this done and let's get it done right. And try not to always worry about exactly call every group a different group. We're the same city, but we would like to have a representative representing our special part of the town. But thank you very much, and hope this all keeps going well, because what is it? We're running into deadlines now in another 6 or 8 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Ashley, then Verla Lambert, and then Tony Flores.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Julie Ashley, and I am a resident of the City of Garden Grove. I'm also a pet owner. So let's take a break from the district mapping for a minute and talk about the Orange County Shelter and the proposal to discontinue that contract and go with the Orange County Humane Society. I believe there used to be 3 cities that contracted with the Orange County Humane Society. 2 of those cities have left. Does anybody know why? I think you need to stop and ask yourselves that. Has anyone ever visited the facility or even taken the time to read the reviews that are written by people who have dealt with the facility and or their staff? If you look at Yelp, there are 32 reviews on there. 18 only have 1 star. That's a 2-star rating overall. If you look at Google reviews, 12 1-star ratings, a 2.7 rating overall. Let me just read you a few of the reviews so that you don't have to use Google like I did. It says that Orange County Humane Society does not seem to take good care of their dogs. They aren't well kept, and the place is set up is not the best. Staff member was so unnecessarily rude to me over the phone. I think they don't care about their animals at all. Here's another one. The staff was rude and didn't communicate whatsoever. I walked back to myself to view the dogs. They were depressed, locked up in horrible stench. No one cleaned their cages, and the urine was pungent, burning my eyes and my nose. What do you think the dogs and the cats think there? No one came out to talk to me. No one cared, and the poor dogs in there are living in hell, in my opinion. They need to be investigated for animal abuse and neglect. The staff has no business working there. They lack compassion, intelligence, people skills, and competence. And I can go on, but you get the gist. Does anybody know what the capacity of that facility is? Anybody know if they can accommodate the animals that we would take in? Right now, there are 18 cities that contract with Orange County Animal Care Facility. Garden Grove ranks number 3 in the number of intakes. Remember, we're going to be sharing this facility with the city of Costa Mesa as well. So what's going to happen when we have a hoarder case where we take in 200 cats, like we did a few years ago in Garden Grove? What's going to happen when we have 140 chickens and roosters that were just confiscated and impounded at the Orange County Shelter from their city of Garden Grove? They're sitting at the shelter right now. Are they going to be able to accommodate that? Does anybody know what the euthanasia rate is for the facility? How many animals do they end up putting down? The proposal or the term sheet from Orange County Humane Society says that all animals will be held in accordance with the requirements of the California Food and Agriculture Code unless sooner redeemed by their respective owners or adopted. Anybody know how long that is? I believe it's 4 days. So you could go on vacation and come back, and your beloved dog or cat could be euthanized by the time you get back. And what happens to the animals that are not redeemed or adopted? How does the shelter promote the animals that have medical or behavioral issues? Were any other options explored? Did any other facility or any other agency contact us? Or is this the only one that we have? In looking what Orange County Humane Society is going to charge the city of Garden Grove, is the cost just for kenneling services? Because I think you need to look at the bigger picture. What about the nuisance complaints and the licensing and the rabies control? Who's going to manage that? What is the city going to be charged for veterinary services for the animals that are sick or injured? Is that included? Besides the field officers that are going to go out and pick up the strays, we're going to need staff to answer phones, conduct investigations. How many more staff are going to be needed? What's going to be the cost for salaries, insurance, pensions and retirement? How many trucks are we going to need? Is that included? So I know that a lot of the decision that's being made is being made based on finances, but if that's what you're basing a decision on, you need to look at the totality of everything and really look at not just what they're going to charge us, but what it's actually going to cost the city of Garden Grove to provide animal care services to the animals that end up at the shelter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Verla Lambert.
I'm Verla Lambert. I've been a resident here since 1957. Lived in the same house ever since I've been here. I do want to comment that David has done an excellent job on the maps. I've been to 3 or 4 of the meetings that he has held. And I was also at the meeting where the other 2 maps were submitted. And out of the 3 that I seen out here that was chosen, I do like D2 more than I do 1. The only reason mainly for that is I like the vertical or the horizontal rather than the vertical in the middle. But, you know, I don't know the numbers on that, and it all have to be changed. But anyway, my wanted to talk about on my card was, as for okaying the license for some marijuana shops for the medical marijuana, if I'm not too late, maybe you've already took care of that problem. But the way I see it, and the way I heard it at the last meeting that I was there, that it was for the extra revenue. That makes it sound kind of greedy, you know. There isn't going to be any extra revenue if you do this, because the extra revenue is going to go for the care of those who abuse it. And you know that we will have. And so I just feel easier if we just wait and let it go through an ordinary pharmacy from an ordinary doctor. And I do want to say, David, thank you very much. You brought our community together. Thank you.
Tony Flores.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, council. I am Tony Flores. Let me read you something from Thomas Paine. Most of you folks know who he is. A body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody ought not to be trusted by anybody. A body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody ought not to be trusted by anybody. So what am I speaking about here? Well, we're talking about the DA's report, obviously. Yeah, it's true. It's come and gone. The DA's done their thing or not done their thing. It's a disappointment. I can go into a lot of detail. I know quite a bit about what's the charges that were in there and then what didn't get filed. But what's of concern is that I'm reading out of the Voice of OC, where Mr. Chris Phan recused himself from discussion and vote because he is a deputy district attorney and quote unquote good friends with the author of the report. Well, all right. If you're the author of good friends, as it says here, and maybe this is a misquote. If it is, you need to talk to the VOC. But what it says here is you're good friends. So if you're good friends with this author, there's no way he's going to find you guilty of anything. If he doesn't find you guilty of anything, he's not going to find the rest of the folks guilty of anything. It's a sham from the word go. The charges, I believe, were applicable, and if anybody hasn't read them, you can give me a call and I'll send it to you. But everything that was needed was there. And keep in mind, and I'll say this again, police officers across the county arrest people every day, and they're not prosecuted. And those arrests aren't false arrests. Crimes are committed, people just aren't prosecuted. That's what's going on here. And I'll leave it at that. Let's move on to the districts. Mr. Ely, you have done a good job, but you didn't put my map in for whatever reason, the one I submitted. For whatever reason you didn't put it in. And actually, I can't call it my map. It's the one that myself, Verla, and Dr. Eugene Zalusik submitted. Okay? But didn't make the cut, apparently. I don't know. Am I a Pacifica graduate? Not good enough? I'm not sure what's going on here. But this is the map that was submitted that didn't make it onto here. For whatever reason you have, I like to know what it is, but it didn't make it.
Sir,
I gave it to you.
I'm sorry. Let's have some order here. Mr. Flores, please address
I'm not out of order. You're out of order again. Now hang tight. Now, I'm wondering why this didn't make it. And you don't have a gavel big enough to keep me quiet. You can't lift the one that's going to keep me quiet. So here's what I want to say is that it was submitted, didn't make the cut. Don't know why, but we're not listening to everybody here. And again, this is just my map. But here's the significance of this particular map. This map was based on voter registration, population, and precincts. Free and clear of ethnicity, of religion, of voter age. It was done on those three criteria, which I believe makes it very, very good. An excellent starting point, at least a place to take a look at. I understand the California Voting Rights Act has some other issues in there, but as Americans, okay, we can come together. Now people say, oh, well, Mr. Ely has told me this before. Well, Americans, everybody's got difference of opinions. Well, maybe we do, but as Americans, we're concerned about crime. We're concerned about taxes, about parks, about infrastructure. We do and can come together. I wanted districts, and I've been writing about districts for so long. Believe me, I want to see it done, but I don't want to see it corrupted either. We got a chance to do something. Yeah, we got a chance to do something great here, but everybody's got to be heard, and not everybody's being heard. So there's a concern there. I mean, we're worried about, well, are the Koreans going to be busted up? I mean, the Korean Business District, half those folks, and most of them don't even live in our city. It's just there. We've got the little Saigon signs up there. I mean, we've already been divided up enough. But what can we do to get together? Well, representation is the best way to go. But I believe based on the population registration and the precincts, that's what's going to make it a little more fair. But we can't be dividing ourselves up just because of other stuff. And I know, again, we've gone over that California Voting Rights Act. Don't necessarily agree with it, but we are hitting the districts, and hopefully we don't screw this one up. I do want to say one more thing in closing. Does anybody know who Pat Compton was? Former police officer in Garden Grove. Has anybody heard of Pat Compton? An excellent quarterback over at San Diego High School, and graduated in 1980. And I know because when Pacifica played them, both teams were 8-0 back in the 78 season. They were the number one offense in the county. We were the number one defense in the county. And we tied. But my point is this, is that Pat Compton was a heck of a competitor. I know because I was on his back most of the night, but he kept getting up as hard as I hit him. Years later, we met on the Garden Grove Police Force.
Your time is up, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Flores. Thank you so much. Please take your seat.
But 1 second here.
Sir, your time is up. Let's be fair to everybody.
Yes, sir. But I'm hoping we can close in honor of Pat Compton. Graduate of San Diego High School, moved up north. But please consider that. I haven't heard anybody talk about this man, but a great man. Thank you,
sir. Okay, I want to give Mr. Ely a chance to respond. Can you do that within a minute?
Yes, the map that he referred to does not have populations that are within the legal requirement. And what I've been presenting are maps. When people submitted to me a map that wasn't in equal population, I made every effort to work with them to create a version that they could submit that was within population. I haven't received anything like that from Mr. Flores. So
okay, and that is the law, and as Americans, we are law-abiding citizens. Sal Tinajero, council member from the city of Santa Ana. Welcome. Not as lively as yours.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, some people know that here. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for allowing me to come up and speak tonight. It's a pleasure being here and seeing all of you. I just wanted to tell a little story of what used to happen. A lot of people know I'm an educator, and what started happening in the city of Santa Ana is that you would walk down the street and you would see a medical marijuana dispensary, an illegal medical marijuana dispensary in our city. And it was right in between schools. It was near neighborhoods. It was near parks. And it was a horrible, horrible nuisance to our community. We had students walking by those establishments, asking questions, what's in there. And what happened was that we tried to close them down, but it was a great cost, and we didn't have the manpower. As you all know, we just got through, and we're still getting through the recession, the Great Recession that we went through. So what happened was, as we started to try to close them down, a group got together and they put an ordinance, or they wrote their own ordinance. They went and obtained the signatures, and they qualified it for the ballot. And that really scared me, because what I noticed was that they wanted to put it in commercial zones. It was only going to be 500 feet away from schools. It was only going to be 500 feet away from parks. So our city council decided that we weren't just going to sit back. We were going to do something about it. We created a ban, and once we created a ban, at the time when we created a ban, we had 40 illegal medical marijuana dispensaries. A year later, after the ban, they went up to over 119 illegal dispensaries. I apologize, 116 illegal dispensaries. So here's what we did. We got together as a council, created our own ordinance, segregated them to industrial zones, and we put it up for a vote. We allowed our voters to vote. It was overwhelming, 66%. That's a supermajority. 66% of the voters in Santa Ana voted to regulate and to put them into industrial zones. I'm happy to report today that in less than a year, we have closed 90 of those illegal dispensaries. And we have generated $1.6 million in business license revenue and tax revenue. We have been able to hire 20 more police officers. We have created a medical marijuana enforcement task force that includes 1 police sergeant, 5 police officers, 2 community preservation officers, 2 legal staff members, and 1 revenue contract compliance examiner. One of the things that I'm going to be asking our council to do is to also create, with those funds that come in from the tax revenue that and by the way, all of this money is through the tax revenue that we're bringing in, that we're able to do this, that we're able to hire those police officers. The other thing that I'm going to ask our council to do is to create an educational component, similar to the no smoking campaign that we had that has really drastically reduced the amount of smokers in California. That is what you have to also do to put into the schools. Put in an anti-marijuana smoking campaign so that the true people that need this, our veterans, people suffering with epilepsy and so forth, can have a safe place to obtain their medicine. I want to thank you because I know that you created a ban, and that's something that was important for all cities to look at because you were under a deadline. But I also want you to let you know that the polling right now is 65% for legalization. That's a huge, huge number that I think that our cities, in order to protect kids from these dispensaries that could potentially be on their way to school, on their way to the parks, or on their way to neighborhoods, be removed from those areas and put into an area where you could regulate, tax, and use that money, those resources, for your benefit in the city of Garden Grove. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Glad to hear that's been successful in your city. Thank you for sharing that. Brenda Miller. And then Louis Schmidt.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm here to ask for your support for the HEAL resolution that's on your agenda tonight. That is an acronym for Healthy Eating, Active Living. And if you approve that on your agenda tonight, you will be one of only 13 cities county-wide that has passed such a resolution. You are on a great track through your bicycle pedestrian master plan process, and I'm on your citizen advisory committee. I'm really honored to be there. In a year from now, you can follow up with the next highest designation under the HEAL category, which goes from hopefully today as eager, and then next year fit. After you pass the bicycle pedestrian master plan and all of its really wonderful policies. So it's been an honor to work with Kim on staff and other members of your staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Louis Schmidt, and then Charles Mitchell, and then Joshua McIntosh.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Luis Schmidt. I'm a representative with Orange County Employees Association, and I'm here to speak on behalf of items, 7, which is whether or not to continue the contract with Orange County Animal Care. I support all the comments made by the other speaker who spoke on this item. I believe it is too quick to make a quick decision like this. I believe the public has not had enough public input yet. We can't just rush to a decision. I know that in order, on the redistricting discussion, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of public input. But on this item, there hasn't been much discussion. There hasn't been much public input, and I believe the public's input is vital in making a decision like this. And there were some unanswered questions on the proposal that is before the mayor and the city council today. And part of that is what she spoke about was the cost. There's a lot of hidden cost that hasn't been revealed to the city, to the mayor and the city council in order to make an effective and an efficient decision for the city. And there's still a lot of fees that have to be paid by Garden Grove if they decide to pull out. That will have to that Garden Grove will have to pay Orange County if they decide to move out. And based on the demand that she spoke about, Garden Grove is a high demand zone for animal care. And why would you go to a vendor, the Humane Society, that it's a proposal to go to, when there's proven problems with that agency? If you look at the Newport, this was just November of 2015. They went away from them because of the lack of care that was provided. Now, remember. This is, just because they give you a price doesn't mean that is going to be the total cost of an item. We have to be careful. And the amount of animal deaths at this care center, the unsafe conditions for the animals, all that has an effect on the community. So Newport decided to pull out from there. We heard about Costa Mesa. Same thing with them. There was from 2009 to 2014, there were over 2,000 cats and dogs that were unaccounted for anywhere. Now, with Orange County Animal Care, they're accountable there. There's accountability. They're trained. They're quality employees who do this type of work. So we can't just rush to make an uninformed decision like this. And I know that there's a deadline of April 1st, but to have the council just, try to review this item today, I don't think that's given the public enough input into this vital and critical issue. More discussion needs to be had. Like one of the gentlemen spoke earlier, it's about communication. The proposed bid is for $300,000 plus dollars. And then the city says that they estimate it will be about $700,000 that will be in additional to the cost of this item, for the city to do some of the work. But Orange County Animal Care is more than just, picking up dogs and strays. Just last year, you guys issued a warning about some coyotes in Garden Grove. And who responds to that is the employees from Orange Animal Care. They're the ones who keep doing this. So it's not just one single item about, stray cats and dogs. There's so much more to Orange County Animal Care that is not listed in this proposal today. And to wrap it up, Mayor and members of the City Council, last month I'm going home from work and I get a call from my wife. She was panicking. She was freaked out because our son had gotten bit by a dog. And I'm the one that had to go to the hospital with my wife. I had to meet her there. And I'm there trying to restrain my son while the doctor's trying to clean his face from the dog bite. But you know what? Is because the county had a quality program on animal care that they made sure that the dog was registered. The dog had, and it wasn't our dog, but the dog was registered. The dog had shots, and there was follow through. There was immediate action. And you know what? Make a decision today not on the dollar figure. Don't follow Flint, Michigan. Don't follow those mistakes. You know, think of my son. Think of there's members of the audience here in the public, and think of your families and friends. You know, because when someone gets hurt in the future because we make a rash decision, we don't want those impacts to impact our families. And be careful. The same facility also charged over 300% for some of the medication costs. Now, how can we do this? How can we accept this recommendation? And that's strictly in the report, which I will hand in. But they were charging over 300. They increased the charge of some of the medications by 300%. You know, and why are we going to burden that cost to our citizens? We can't do that. So I asked for a thorough analysis to be completed, Mayor. I don't believe that this is a smart decision to be made today. I thank you for your time, and I will submit this these for the record, please.
Thank you. Charles Mitchell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Great to be back in here again, isn't it? There's a couple of things I'd like to bring up. Number one, there are a lot of aging veterans, not only in Garden Grove, but throughout Orange County. And so many of them are passing on. Not long ago, I had to attend, I chose to attend a ceremony for one of our friends that passed away, and we had to make a long trip to Riverside because that was the nearest cemetery for veterans. Recently, a land swap has been approved which will allow Irvine to have a veterans cemetery. It's in the works. There was a problem with the developers that wanted to put in houses right next to where the proposal for the cemetery was. That's been resolved. They've swapped some land so that the project can go forward. So that's a great thing for our veterans. At the last council meeting, there was an item on the agenda, a resolution that would require the city clerk to record closed session meetings. And that was the only thing on that resolution. And I didn't understand why that item couldn't have been discussed and voted on. Instead, there were all of the other issues in the district attorney's report that entered into the discussion, so no action was ever taken. And I think probably the most effective method of dealing with the issues in that report is to take them separately and to draft a resolution on each of the items so that they can be discussed separately and voted on separately rather than lumping it all together. One of the things on the agenda for this evening is talking about money for youth in government. Well, our American Legion Post Auxiliary is supporting 3 Garden Grove High School girls to go to Sacramento to participate in Girl State. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could coordinate both of those things? Now, this is supposed to take place in June, so there's plenty of time. Maybe we can get together and put something together for these students from Garden Grove so that they can get the recognition that they deserve when they go to Sacramento. Thank you.
Josh McIntosh and then Erica Bennett.
Good evening, council, staff, mayor, and people of Garden Grove. It's nice to see a full room here tonight, especially on our first night back. Seen a lot of people and heard a lot of people I have not heard here before, so the issue of district mapping is obviously pretty important to them. And it's pretty important to me too. This has been going on for a long while. It's cost us a lot of money to get here and a lot of emotions. I want to say that I am in support of Andrew Kanzler's map, submission 2D, for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that I find that this map keeps our neighborhoods together. We've got a primarily Caucasian Zone 1, we've got a primarily Asian Zone 4, a primarily Hispanic Zone 6. The remaining zones, 2, 3, and 5, which is half of the zones, are a mix. There's not one that is primarily one ethnicity over another. To me, that's the beauty of Garden Grove, the mix. It's not the solid ethnic enclave. It's not east, west, Little Saigon. It's the whole picture. I support this map almost solely because of that. But the other reason, I appreciate Ms. Wen's map that she made. It takes a lot for, we only had 2 residents, I'm sorry, Mr. Flores also. We had 3 residents submit a map. That's not a lot of participation. But she definitely got a lot of support for her map. Definitely commendable. The biggest problem I have with her map, though, is the borderline of bringing up the 2 zones, the 2 lower zones, all the way up to Chapman. I have lived here my whole life. I know that the neighborhood around Hazard or below does not flow up to Chapman. These are different neighborhoods. That is not, they're not cohesive. And because of that, I would strike it out. It doesn't jive with me. So, supporting 2D. Next, I'd like to go back to some unfinished business from last session. With all due respect, Mr. Beard and Mr. Jones, I don't think we're done with the Barlag investigation. We had a split vote with one gentleman recusing himself, which I understand, but we're stuck. And what are we stuck with? We're stuck wondering what happened with this Barlag deal. We deserve to know. We deserve to know why this guy's getting paid 6 figures to not show up to work until TiVo writes a story exposing another embarrassing issue in Garden Grove history. We need to get to the bottom of this. We can't sweep this under the rug. I understand we beat it to death, as stated, but it's still breathing. We need to kill this thing. We need to get it done. We need to find out what happened, and I'd like to see item 7D brought for immediate discussion when we come back after oral communications. This is old news. It should be covered before new business. This is to be continued, not left, not swept under the rug. Thank you.
Following Erica Bennett will be Kyle Werner and then Linda Zamora.
Evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Erica Bennett, and I'm a veterinary assistant at Orange County Animal Care. I'm here tonight to speak to you on the OC Animal Care item on the agenda. The proposal in front of you would erode a critical service the Garden Grove community relies on, and I wanted to make sure everyone understands the potential impact of the decision to move away from OC Animal Care. Garden Grove is an incredibly busy city with respect to animal care services. On a daily basis, the city averages 20 animal-related activities, and 8 of those are impounds. This does not also include animals that are coming over the counter brought in from citizens. At OC Animal Care, the number one goal of kennels, the clinic, and the community outreach team, which I am a part of, is to limit the number of animals that stay extended period of time. So that would be animals that have medical conditions, behavior conditions, anything which would increase their length of stay. We have an extensive network of vets and foster families that join our effort to move these animals out of the shelter and into placement as rescue transfers, foster care, and adoptions. It is a great partnership that really benefits Garden Grove and the animals that find loving homes. There is no other provider with such vast network to tap into. Every day we have our community outreach team emails a list to rescues that networks these animals that are not going to be staying at our shelter that go up for public adoption. So that's instantly when these animals come in, they're made on a list that's required to be sent out to these rescues. So that shortens the stay of those animals. As well as we may have kittens or animals that are underage that cannot stay at the shelter for the four-day period, and they will be sent out immediately. We also spay and neuter pets and perform other care to get them into good health before they are adopted. The analysis in your staff report does not contemplate or compare those costs. We also contract with emergency clinics where we are only charged $75, which is much less than the going rate. In addition, we also do surgeries or clinical stuff within our clinic with vets that are on staff. So we are not charged extra for those necessary procedures that we do. It is absolutely necessary to do this work or else these animals remain on the streets endangering our communities. There were 406 cases of animal cruelty investigated by OC Animal Care. No one wants to see animals suffer, which is why we are maintaining service levels are so important. The staff report doesn't account for huge parts of the services we provide to the community, and the guesstimate for how much it will cost to provide field services is way too low and truly deserves a deeper investigation. Tonight you have an opportunity to show the public safety and proper animal care are important. You can send a message to the community that properly protecting them and their children is a city government priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Werner. Then Linda Zamora, and then Stefan Boris Sensulo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City staff. My name is Kyle Werner, and I'm a 9-year veteran animal control officer with the county. I've worked virtually every assignment in field services. Let me start by saying here, I'm not here tonight to beg for my job, because regardless of what happens, the county services will still exist. I'm just an employee who is honored to do my job and work for such an outstanding agency. I'm an employee who is honored to serve you and your community. Right now, the City of Garden Grove contracts with OC Animal Care, including field services, which includes impounding strays and response to animal-related complaints. We provide shelter services and special services, such as licensing animals in animal-related facilities, as well as responding to barking dog complaints. As a field officer, my work includes much more than picking up dead animals and impounding stray dogs. Right now, you have access to some of the most highly trained and most experienced animal control officers in the state of California, 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days a week. If a horse trailer traveling through your city overturns at 6 a.m., will your new contractor have the experience, training, and equipment to handle that? OC Animal Care does, and we have. If a child of one of your residents is attacked by 2 loose Rottweilers causing horrific injuries, will your new contractor have multiple experienced officers on scene within minutes? Will they be prepared to approach and impound 2 vicious dogs, as OC Animal Care has done thousands of times? What will happen if the vicious dog is then adopted out by this private shelter and bites another child? The city would be subjected to significant legal exposure. We have the experience and training to declare those dogs vicious, defend our case in court, and prevent those dogs from injuring another child. Garden Grove has been the scene of many serious incidents, including a hoarder who kept unsafe animals in a trash-filled house. We had to intervene when it was discovered the home was filled with dozens of dangerous snakes. What's the city's plan to guarantee the health and safety of the community in these situations? If a beloved family pet gets loose and winds up in traffic at 2 in the morning, will your constituents be able to get a hold of a private shelter operator, or will they have to leave a message? An OC Animal Care officer is already on duty ready to respond and do everything possible to reunite that lost dog with its owners, who are your community members. Will anyone else have the training and experience to respond to the most horrific animal cruelty cases you could possibly imagine? Will they follow the cases through years of court proceedings? Do they have years of experience working with District Attorney's Office and the Police Department to assist with the conviction of the people charged with these crimes? OC Animal Care has done these things thousands of times for the people of Garden Grove. I ask all these questions today because they do not appear to have been contemplated in the information you have. And before you make such a significant decision about the health and safety of your constituents, I thought it was my obligation to raise these serious concerns. I understand that the decision before you tonight is a tough one based on dollars and cents, but in the end, you truly do get what you pay for. And I can tell you that there is no way under the current proposal before you that the city can maintain the level of service it currently receives and achieve a projected cost saving. Absolutely no way. If you ever have any questions about the true level of service and my unique experiences, I'm available to you and your community 24/7. I would respectfully urge this council to continue partnering with OC Animal Care and at the very least get some more information about the impact to your community by privatizing this critical public service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Linda Zamora, and then Stefan Borsensulo, and then Ray Himstra. And if anyone else wants to speak, please fill out one of these cards with the city clerk.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and fellow Garden Grove residents. My name is Linda Zamora, a 13-year resident of our beautiful city, Garden Grove. Many years ago, I was having a phone call with a gentleman. It was only one phone call that I had with him. It was regarding my car and an issue I had had with my car. In the conversation, we started talking about life, dreams, aspirations, and fulfillment. And I told him that one of my dreams was to travel abroad because there was so much suffering and pain abroad, so many people who were dying of hunger, women whose rights were being violated right and left, etc., etc. He listened to everything I had to say. And after I finished telling him what my dreams were, he said, I really admire you for what you're trying to do, but I only have one advice for you. Start local. There are a lot of problems in the world, he said, but you need to start with your community. Make sure that your community is as clean and as responsible as it can be before you can go somewhere else and demand those same things. That small conversation actually changed my life in a way that I never could have predicted, because as a result of that, and as a result of becoming a homeowner in Garden Grove, I began to see life differently. And I started seeing and looking for ways to improve my own community. I was blinded by thinking that as the wonderful and democratic country that we are, that perhaps we didn't have any issues, when in fact we do have a lot of them. And we need to resolve them and clean our backyard before we go trying to clean someone else's. That resulted in me trying to get involved in different things in Garden Grove. I first reached out to our former mayor, Mr. Broadwater, who appointed me to the Neighborhood Improvement Commission. And it was a great opportunity to get to know my city better. I started participating in my homeowners association a lot. I started looking for things to improve Garden Grove. I became a member of LULAC. I ran for school board. And to this day, I continue looking for ways to improve my community. I'm very excited that we are having district elections. I do feel that our city, as large as it is, needs representation from every geographic area. And I feel that having districts will give us that opportunity. There are some populations that have not been represented in the past, and this will accomplish that goal. I would like to thank you for all the hard work that you've done in trying to accomplish this goal. We have spent a lot of money. We want to do things right. Mr. Ely, thank you for all the work you've done, the meetings, the information, participation kits, city staff as well, and also our community members who have felt the same love I feel for our city in trying to make it better. Ms. Wen, with all the time that she put in putting her map together, Mr. Kanzler, and all the time and money he put in putting the map together, the reach out to all the groups trying to reach a consensus. In looking at the maps that have been proposed and have been presented here, after careful consideration and in my relatively limited knowledge of the California Voting Rights Act, I, just based on what Mr. Ely shared and whatever I was able to retain, I urge you to support public submission number 2. I feel that it reflects a healthy combination of our population and fair representation. For whatever reason, our different ethnicities have chosen to live in certain specific geographical areas, and as Mr. McIntosh mentioned, those are concentrated in the east, the west, and the south, leaving the center with a combination of all populations. I trust that you will carefully look at all the information and requirements of the California Voting Rights Act.
Please wrap up.
As well, pardon?
Please wrap up.
As well as the feedback that you get from the community, and look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Stefan Borstensulo, and then Ray Himstra.
Hello, the Mayor and honored members of City Council. My name is Stefan Borstensulo. I am a child welfare attorney based out of Long Beach, a former legislative director with the City of Long Beach, and a policy advisor for the California Growers Association. I'm also a marathoner who has used medical cannabis for the last 6 years to be able to basically continue running 50 miles plus a week. I urge you to, in your consideration for possibly ending the ban that you instituted a few months ago, to embrace newer forms of public policy and regulation that will grant your city the affirmative ability to properly provide and balance the needs of your community, whether both in the public safety aspect as well as the medical needs and public health needs of the wide swath of people, regardless of their background, who require the use of medical cannabis in order to maintain their quality of life. Frankly, and I think Mr. Tenejero summed it up very well, Garden Grove is in a unique and fantastic position to benefit and implement the state regulations that were actually passed after Santa Ana implemented their new regulatory scheme. Santa Ana it is a very good case study for your city staff to look at in terms of both the way that they allocated the specific forms of commercial cannabis, but at the same time, I would urge you to mainly focus on what has been passed since Santa Ana implemented their new system, and that is the Medical Marijuana Safety Regulatory Act of 2015. There are a number of license types that are unique within that have been created by the state, that will provide a large encompassing amount of the regulatory questions that have been that were previously tried to address on earlier iterations of what Garden Grove was considering for their licensing scheme. In addition, for those members of your public who are understandably very concerned with diversion, both to non-registered patients and frankly to children as well, I have to urge you to look into the words of Orange County Judge Jim Gray, whom, and this is coming, I'm not by any means a libertarian, but he gave a very good defense of the idea that when government does not just chooses to implement a ban or keep a firm prohibitionary kind of tactic with their law, what you're really doing is giving up as a government. You're giving up all the policies that you have to be able to adequately control the sorts of business activities that take place within your districts, and you're using the blunt tool of law enforcement, which is as we've seen in the last couple of years, leads to a lot of collateral consequences, not just directly for litigation, but over time kind of creates an atmosphere that is damaging to the morale of your law enforcement agencies, enforcing what should really be, in this day and age, a ministerial instead of a law enforcement sort of activity. Finally, the revenue that can be generated by this sort of by commercial cannabis activities cannot really take place unless you're passing a compendium tax revenue tax bill at the same time. Whatever specific regulatory actions you're looking to take, I urge you, for the benefit of your public revenue stream, to also look at perhaps gross sales tax receipts or any other sort of related tax measures that will guarantee that your police department will be adequately funded, and your infrastructure, which is fantastic in Garden Grove, by the way, will be maintained at its good levels. Finally, for those of you who are aware of the kind of current horrible situation in Mexico, every dollar that you spend in a controlled regulatory environment means less money going to cartels and those of you who have no interest in operating in a safe environment for the patients who are receiving this medicine. Thank you for your time, and I urge you again, please choose on the good public policy.
In Garden Grove, and I'm just going to be blunt and say that I think that everybody knows that the current position is an untenable position, and it's in the best interest of the city and everybody to establish ordinance. So with that trajectory in mind, and I've looked at ordinance up and down the state of California that's been successful in other cities. Arcata, California being one of the best, actually, but until I found Palm Springs, I brought for you guys Resolution 23476 from Palm Springs, which is absolutely beautiful, and then it resulted in Ordinance 1845, which establishes a tax and regulatory structure, which is absolutely brilliant because they're the first in the state that has a not licensed and a non-licensed tax structure. It's awesome. So it's 10 cents per pound licensed, and it's 15% pound non-licensed. So with all the non-licensed entities in the city right now, this is an easy way to capitalize on that. So I'd like to leave this for the clerk, if I may, just for review. And then lastly, just regarding Garden Grove City Council, with all due respect, nothing personal to Mr. Sandoval or his firm, but the law firms in the state that work on medical marijuana regulation are experts at getting the job done versus firms that are experts at getting bans done. So I congratulate Mr. Sandoval's firm on a good job, but for purposes of future progress for this council, I would recommend that they seek new counsel, and maybe at the next agenda meeting I could bring a list of firms who are top rated in the state for helping the city to establish regulation, and there's language you guys can follow, so it should be pretty cheap to do this job and get it done. Thanks, guys. Love you.
No.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council member and all the staff in City Garden Grove. I Dick Ngo am a president in the city of Garden Grove. I support the Kim Nguyen map because the three men attend ethnicity Latinos, Asians, and whites will all be equally represented. This layout shows that the difference in the percentage of ethnicity is less than all of the other layouts. The Kim Nguyen map will give everyone an equal chance to participate actively in the city of Garden Grove. I hope that the leaders of the city will support this map. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't have any more cards here. So anyone wishing to speak, this is your last chance. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your input. Very important to all of us here. I'm going to move on with our meeting here. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, can we take a quick 3-minute break just for a Russian break?
Oh, sure. Let's take a quick 3-minute break. I'm going to come back and blame Mr. Bowie, just so our viewers know. I'm kidding. It's important that we're all here for this. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're reconvening our meeting. Welcome back, everybody. And we have questions or comments for Mr. Ely regarding your presentation and hearing from the public on the maps. Did you want to respond to anything else that you've heard from the public, Mr. Ely?
The only thing is that we were just having a discussion. We'll probably add to the website some additional information that's just correspondence that we've received that's not in the forms of maps to deal with issues relative to.
Oh, what's an example of those correspondence?
We've gotten some letters that are just commentary about things, but specifically what I had in mind was the map information that doesn't reflect a legal map that I hadn't included. So.
Okay. So you're going to present that map from Mr. Flores?
Just a copy of the map that he presented, so it will be available for people to look at.
Okay. And we'll have the calculations and everything as well. No. The population count, the variance.
Yeah, I can put that in there as well. But what I've done with the other ones, when people have given me something that wasn't in compliance, is that I worked with them to create one that was, which is what we put in. And so, but yeah, I can post the one that shows that it's not in compliance if that's what you wish to.
If it's not in compliance and other folks had maps that weren't in compliance, I think it's best to avoid confusion and putting that out there. But as long as we explain ourselves and why it's not in compliance, which I do hope you do for that particular resident, then I think that's sufficient. Unfortunately, he never, I guess, met with you. Is that what happened?
No, he did.
He did.
He
Okay.
did meet with me, and we discussed it.
Okay. So I don't know what the confusion. Okay. Well, I guess that's normal, actually. Never mind. That's pretty common. Come to think of it. So. Colleagues, any responses to the public input or also, the presentation tonight?
A question for the demographer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mr.
Are we
Beard.
having any more community meetings? So flyers aren't applicable at this point for any outreach for community centers and such. Okay, well, for future public meetings, let's take that in consideration. Flyers wherever we can at community centers or areas. I think that was a good suggestion. I had a response or question related to Mr. Flores, and he mentioned the housing project. Do we have any proposals presented by the Olson Company for any housing in that area, Valley View? Yeah, he mentioned that. He made reference like something's maybe coming in for. We haven't heard anything from the housing corporation.
Councilman Beard, no,
Okay.
we have not had.
I just
any
want to be clear.
formal
So the
requests for
residents in West Garden Grove who are concerned about that particular issue, there's been no proposal for any kind of housing project on Valley View.
That's
from
correct.
the Olson Company. I just want to make that clear.
As if I may, Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
about the districting. Mr. Ely, as far as these maps that you present here, probably the top three would be the most equal in terms of all the voting populations, correct? Or the voting age?
In terms of the total population size, they're all about the same. I think everything is well within well within any kind of legal standards. And there's always a little bit of a trade-off between population equality and having boundaries that are recognizable. And so I think that all of these are, any deviations that are there because of trying to follow neighborhood lines that make sense or follow recognizable boundaries.
Within these three maps here, is there one that you would think would keep the neighborhoods together better? Like, for example, one of the stuff we heard was you won't break a mobile home park in half because of the fact that these lines are drawn arbitrarily. Are there a map or one of the maps that you feel keep a neighborhood more consistently together?
Well, I think that the two public submissions are somewhat in conflict with each other. And so there's certain neighborhoods that have strong concerns with public submission 1. And I think that that's a lot of the reason that public submission 2 was created. In my opinion, I think that that my 6E, in a sense, is a compromise between the two. And to that extent, there's, for certain areas, the public support is certainly stronger for one or the other of those two. And I think that the third one is perhaps a better compromise in terms of taking care of some neighborhoods without ignoring the needs of others in that sense.
Thank you, sir.
Can you help us identify where those breaks were that were mentioned by the public, specifically on map 1 for the mobile home? Do you know where that is?
I believe that the reference to the mobile home is from one of the earlier samples, was from the 6A sample.
Okay.
And so that has been eliminated from everything in these three. The other thing that we heard a lot about in the public meetings is basically in the Central Garden Grove Neighborhood Association, where they felt that that submission 1 was dividing their community quite severely through the by bringing districts 3 and 4 both up to Chapman, so that both of those districts plus the district in the north were getting portions of that community. That's one of the things that I was trying to address somewhat, although obviously not completely, in the configuration that I have in the 6E.
Mr. Bowie?
Obviously, this is in this presentation we only present to the public more information, getting their input, and you have met with them. We have met with them for many rounds now, but missing from this presentation is the substance behind. Some people, why they prefer one variation against the other. Now, the number that we have here is just the number representing population in some of the districts, and to me, I don't like number. Number doesn't tell us the nuance, the substance behind why we should choose one variation against the other. And you have not, even though the residents have come and speak, but they speak very generally given only 2-3 minutes. The first minute they almost wasted to talk generally, and so they only have 2 minutes to get into the detail why they would like one variation against the other, and they have been very, very high level. It doesn't give us the substance so we can understand their aspirations, their concerns, and I think we still have a couple more meetings before they can get us more input and we vote. I would like you, if my colleague agree, to get us, talking to them, get us more specific and zero into, one of these three top variation 6E and submission 1 and submission 2D. Because those are the two Especially the submission 1 and submission 2D are the top two that most people favor. So I would like to get more substance, more nuance from the resident, why they prefer one against the other. I would like it to go deeper rather than just, hey, I want to keep the neighborhood together. I would like to see why, what in the submission 1 that they do not, they feel that is not a good one, and what's in the submissions 2D that some other group felt that it's not a good variation for them. And then finally, your 6E. I believe that no one have mentioned about your compromise 6Es. So I would like you to reach out to them and get their input on your compromise variation and provide that back to input back to us at the next City Council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Bui. Okay, so the 6E compromise has resolved the issues that were brought up, splitting any mobile home communities. We're not doing that in 6E. Imagine.
Yeah, the only thing that I was aware of that had to do with the mobile home community was in the configuration of the two eastern districts in sample A, sample 6A. And so that area is pretty much the same in all three of these. So that split has been eliminated. I think that the biggest point of controversy among these different maps have to do really with the area between Garden Grove and Chapman, in the central part of the city, and also in the very southern part of the city, whether it makes more sense to. The submission 1 has a division along Brookhurst that divides that area into two different districts and joins it with the areas to the north, where both 6E and submission 2 have the area south of the 22 freeway in the center, all in one district.
Okay, and also 6E, I imagine, maintains the neighborhoods, the continuity of neighborhoods?
The area that's been discussed as part of the Central Garden Grove Neighborhood Association is a very big area, so it's being divided in different ways. It maintains 6E is intended to sort of maintain the integrity of it better, dividing it more cleanly into two districts in which the pieces fit together with the rest of the neighborhoods. The concern that was expressed with submission 1 was that having districts 3 and 4 both coming up from the south all the way up and taking pieces of that, kind of we're dividing that neighborhood into ways that are combining it with very dissimilar communities. And so it is basically attempting to create each of the districts. They may not combine all of the neighborhoods in ways that would satisfy everybody, but that put at least parts of the neighborhoods together with other communities that are more similar to them, and have more connectivity. And so instead of having the two districts coming up from the south all the way up to Chapman, and then one district across the top, which is what you have in submission 1, or in submission 2 you have the one district in the southern portion, and then kind of an east-west divide to the area north of Garden Grove. Both of those divide things in ways that I think conflict a fair bit with other issues that we looked at. And so the alternative that I was proposing, in a sense, is to have the one district primarily south of the Garden Grove, south of the freeway, and then the two districts that are above that stacked on top of each other instead of side by side, so that you've got the entire area along Garden Grove Boulevard, both sides of Garden Grove. There's a lot of similar neighborhoods being kept together, and then the northern area not being as stretched as it is in sample one, and not having that divided into 3 districts, but the central district, they're combining that. So that's basically the logic behind it.
I see.
Mr. Mayor, I've asked one more question. So just to simplify, would you say that 2D is to keep the Central Garden Grove communities closer together or together? And then would Ms. Kim Wynn's proposal, would that basically tilt the voting in a certain direction in terms of the demographics?
I think, in terms of the demographics, the submission 1 has both District 3 and 4 have a large Asian majority. In submission 2 or 2D, you only have one district that has an Asian majority, but you've got a pretty substantial Asian plurality in districts 2 and 3.
Explain to me what is a synchro neighborhood, because we talk about a lot about it, but I have no idea. How to the extent. I know what a synchro neighborhood is, but I have no extent. What the boundary of what is a synchro neighborhood.
The areas that have been discussed in the meetings were largely referencing Gilbert, and going from Chapman all the way down to Garden Grove. But I think that there was some acknowledgement of the area north of Lamson being maybe a little different than the area south of Lamson, but there was a lot of unhappiness with breaking at Chapman, with the districts from the south coming all the way up to Chapman.
Now, but if that is a case, if Central neighborhood is what I would say the center of that would be on Lamson and Gilbert, if that is the center of the perceived as a Central neighborhood,
yeah,
then the submissions 2D is clearly breaking that Central neighborhood into 2 districts, isn't it?
Yeah, I think both 6E and 2D break it into 2 districts. Submission 1 breaks it into 3 districts, and combine the 2 smaller portions of it with other communities to the south of Garden Grove in ways that they felt were more dissimilar. And okay, I can try and provide more at my report at the next hearing if that's the kind of information that you want to get. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, please.
It's 2016. Census is coming up in 2020, and we'll have to do this again in 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
So there'll be new districts in 2022.
Okay.
Is that required by law?
Well, it's required that you consider it. If the populations are all still in balance, you don't necessarily have to change it, but you do have to have a process to evaluate in light of the new census once the census comes out.
And the population data that you've used for this mapping process has been from what year?
That's from the 2010 census.
2010. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll have to take a look at it, or whomever is here, the next council. And then there'll be 7 folks. All right. Okay. Anything else on this? No? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So before we move on to the regular agenda, we're going to conduct some other legislative business from the successor and sanitary. So I'm handing it over to Chairman Jones for the successor agency.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, would you like to call roll?
Member Bowie.
Here.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Fawn.
Here.
Vice Chair Beard.
Here.
And Chair Jones.
Here. We already did oral communication simultaneously with other legislative bodies' consent items. We just have receive and file the minutes from February 23rd and approval of the warrants.
So moved.
Second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 5 yes votes.
Items for consideration 3A.
Mr. Chair, members of the agency, the purpose of this report is to provide information in connection with the proposed termination of a signed easement agreement located at 10150 Trask Avenue, adjacent to the SR 22 freeway. Back in November 2000, the agency and former owner JMV entered into a contract purchase and sale agreement under which the agency agreed to convey an easement over a portion of the property. The sign has been used primarily for advertising businesses conducted by Chevrolet. The property and the dealership have since been acquired by Simpson Chevrolet. Under the terms of the easement agreement, the redevelopment agency was obligated to construct the sign and thereafter maintain the sign. The redevelopment agency has also agreed to indemnify the property owner in conjunction with access to the easement area for damages that may arise in conjunction with the activities under the sign easement. The easement agreement does not provide for any payments made to the dealer or redevelopment agency, and no payments are made to the redevelopment agency under the easement agreement from its inception until dissolution. The redevelopment agency has an ongoing obligation to maintain the sign. The sign has been appraised and it's estimated that the sign is more expensive to repair and maintain than to demolish the sign. The cost to demolish the sign is approximately $30,000. The agency is currently responsible to pay for the sign, the repair or demolition, but doesn't have a source of revenue to perform these tasks. Agency staff concluded it would be beneficial for the successor agency to release the easement so that it reverts back to the dealer and have the dealer remove the sign at no cost. So there is no cost to the successor agency or the city for this action. So staff recommends the successor agency adopt the attached resolution and authorize executive director and city manager to execute the sign easement agreement, termination agreement. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions from staff?
Just a quick question. So when we terminate the easement, does that mean that the dealership can do whatever they want to with that sign? Or is there a requirement that there has to be a sign there of some kind?
Currently, if I may answer that question, if you look at the bottom, page 26 of 31, at the top, section 2.1 of the agreement, Simpson is required to remove the sign within 90 days. Because all we're doing is quit claiming the easement they've granted us. The property is already owned by them, and they're agreeing to take over the sign responsibility to take it down. There is no agreement on new signs or of that sort.
Thank you.
I have a question. So when we put up these signs, when a city does anything, we should, I imagine, budget for its maintenance and upkeep into the future. How can we avoid this from happening again where we don't have the budget to maintain a sign that we're responsible for and that we're liable for?
Mayor, if I may answer that question as well. There was a budget, but this is a redevelopment agency asset. If you recall, the state of California dissolved the redevelopment agency. This is why we're recommending we do this, because in the dissolution, we're supposed to wind down the agency. Had this been a city deal, then it would be budgeted. It would be part of the city's programming. But because this is redevelopment agency and the state's dissolution, we're recommending this action.
And Mr. City Attorney, if I could just add, Mr. Mayor, so if the redevelopment agency still existed, we would be able to maintain our obligations to maintain it in our relationship with the agency, with the redevelopment agency.
And if I may?
Sure, Mr. Bowie.
And this is where I have a real concern. we cannot base a long-term liability on an agency or a fund of the agency that we do not know whether it will exist for a long time. And this is very troubling because we base all of our planning, all our operation on something that is not permanent, and we put us into an odd situation like this. I think we should not. We should be careful when we enter an agreement arrangement such as this. I would like the director of redevelopment comment on that. Why is it we base such an arrangement on something that we are not sure if it will exist in the future?
Well, the redevelopment agency has been on the books for a long time, and cities and agencies themselves had no notice except for 48 hours on a budget deal back in 2011 that the state decided to terminate and end redevelopment agencies. So there was never any notice or any information that would have given us any knowledge that the redevelopment agency as a separate public agency from the city would continue in perpetuity.
Isn't it even 10 or 20 years? It's not something that we can base on to have a liability like this. But I don't think you have any other answer other than what you already given me. The other thing that I would like to you to explain to us is, it said here that the agency agreed to convey an agreement on the property on which the agency would construct a sign that would advertise and promote the business activity of Chevrolet dealer sign. What is the rationale for us to commit us into building and maintaining a sign with the purpose to advertise Chevrolet business? If we committed to this so that we advertise, other business or other things, I could understand that. But to advertise for a single business, I don't understand that rationale. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, this is going back many years, but I believe that at the time, the property was owned by the redevelopment agency. It was transferred to Chevrolet, the prior owner. At the time, is in a disposition and development agreement. And at the same time, the part of the deal was that the agency would construct a sign. It wasn't specific to this particular property, but to all of the auto dealers in that area.
So the incentive for the city back then, I guess, was to use, city fund, or in this case, the part of it's still a public fund, right? Even though it's under redevelopment agency, but using public money to subsidize a particular business in the form of a sign. Is that the purpose? And perhaps there is an incentive for the city to do that. Could you elaborate on that? Because I cannot understand this kind of language here.
It was tax increment that was used in order to foster economic development. That was the old redevelopment program that had been in place for over 70 years.
And, if I could add, Councilman, and just speculation on my part, but probably part of the rationale back in the day when they decided to construct this was that it would help the business be successful, sell more cars, more revenue coming into the city, to help, them being a viable business. I'm sure that was part of the discussion at the time.
So I'm just really curious. The maintenance of the sign, the cost of the maintenance of the sign is not something that the Department of Finance will approve for us?
No, the dissolution act says that we're supposed to dissolve, wind down the redevelopment agency, and part of that is to terminate any and all contracts that create liabilities. And so this action is consistent with the state's mandate to dissolve the redevelopment agency.
It took us a while, huh?
It took a while for it is going to take a while to do all of the winding down. In fact, it'll take another 20 years before we pay off all the bonds, all redevelopment bonds. So it'll take that long.
Okay.
We were picking our battles, I think, one at a time from most important down to least important.
One last question, if I may. If we vote on this and agree to give this back to Chevrolet, that does not compromise. That does not mean that we are going to give them a green light or approval to build a digital reader board or billboard or whatever you call it.
No, that would be a totally separate council action and at your
All right.
discretion.
Okay.
I do want to put on the record that we do have a sign ordinance, and so they will be regulated by the different agency, which is the city, and the city's municipal code on whether they can put another sign, and location, size, type. All of that is regulated already under the current municipal code.
And is that ordinance, can that be changed by this city council, or it cannot be?
It could be changed by the city council.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Any more comments, questions, motion?
I'll move approval of the resolution.
Second.
Call to vote.
Motion received, 5 yes votes.
Any matters from members? Seeing none, we'll adjourn to Sand District.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Member Bowie?
Here.
Member Jones?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice President Beard?
Here.
And President Vaughn.
Here. We've completed oral communications. We have 2 consent items, the approval of the Garden Grove Sanitary District's implementation plan for the state-mandated commercial organics recycling program, and receive and file the minutes from February 23rd, 2016 meeting. And may I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Call for vote, please.
Motion received, 5 yes votes.
We have no public hearings, no items for considerations. Any matters from the board? Seeing none, we'll adjourn. Our next meeting will be held on Tuesday, April 26th at 6:30 here at the Community Meeting Center. Back to council.
Okay. Thank you. You know, I think someone asked for me to move forward 7D. Was that Mr. McIntosh? He's not here. Maybe he's watching it at home. Thank you for the status update there. All right. We'll just move forward with consent. I'm going to pull 4B for a separate vote. Can I have a motion?
I'll move the balance.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Let me take the vote.
Any discussion? No? Okay, I just want to say, some great things happen in here, including the...
Wait, should we move on the balance first? And then
It was seconded.
Oh.
Yeah,
But
just
did we vote?
discussion.
Let me take the vote.
Yeah,
Supposed to
we
take-
will.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you to the HEAL initiative folks for the Garden Grove Healthy Eating Active Living City. Look forward to that happening. And please vote.
Motion received, 5 yes votes.
Okay, and 4B, what is this here?
It's a resolution just honoring and recognizing the 40th anniversary of the Senior Center and the rededication of the community center.
Wonderful. And staff did such an excellent job earlier. Thank you, Ms. Hoy, for emceeing the ceremonies. Our community meeting center is beautiful. It's very bright. And everyone should come check it out. And there's a lot of space now for folks to use. And I also want to say on the H. Lewis Lake Senior Center, I had the privilege of being there. Also, I saw Commissioner Rick Montoya there as well. And staff did such a great job of bringing people together. There are folks from all different ethnicities. It was very Garden Grove, senior citizens, and we had a really nice live jazz band, and folks were dancing and having a great time. So thank you for inviting me to be a part of that. I'd like to move 4B.
Second it.
Any further discussion? Okay, please vote.
Motion received, 5 yes votes.
Okay, great. And it looks like we have a public hearing tonight.
Yes, we do. Item 5A is an adoption of a resolution approving the purchase and sale agreement and joint escrow instructions between the City of Garden Grove and Investel Harbor Resorts LLC for real property located at 12361 Chapman Avenue. And Mr. Blodgett and Ms. Grace Lee are here to give the staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Mayor Nguyen and members of the City Council, before you this evening is a purchase and sale agreement between City of Garden Grove and Investel Harbor Resorts LLC for the purchase of property located at 12361 Chapman Avenue, immediately adjacent to the Hyatt Hotel. The property consists of a vacant 10,883 square foot restaurant banquet hall situated on an approximately 0.48 acre site adjacent to the Hyatt Regency Orange County in Garden Grove. The Garden Grove Agency for Community Development acquired the property in 2010. Prior to that, the property had been the site of various restaurants and nightclub uses such as Bella Marie's and JC Fandango. These restaurants operated as both restaurants and bars that allowed separate subleases that promoted events that were inconsistent with the adjacent hotel operations and generated a high number of service calls to the city's police department. The agency marketed the property for sale but was unable to find a desirable buyer due in part to a deficiency in available parking serving the site. As part of the redevelopment dissolution process in 2015, the property was transferred to the city for future development. Pursuant to a compensation agreement entered into between the city and the other taxing agencies, net proceeds from any sale of the property must be remitted to the Orange County Auditor Controller for distribution as property tax to all the taxing agencies, including the city, the Garden Grove Unified School District, the County of Orange, the Orange County Sanitation District, and the Rancho Santiago Community College District. In October 2015, Shanghai Construction Group America, parent company to the buyer, purchased the Hyatt. With the acquisition of the hotel, SCG has control of the adjacent parking for the property. On February 9, 2016, SCG/Investel Resorts LLC submitted an offer to the city to purchase a property. Along with its offer, the proposed buyer provided an appraisal prepared by CBRE estimating the current fair market value of the property to be $1.1 million. The city retained Lidgard and Associates to conduct an independent review of the CBRE appraisal. Lidgard and Associates concluded that the final estimate of market value of $1.1 million as of January 12, 2016 is reasonably accurate and supported by the market data analysis contained in the CBRE appraisal report. Pursuant to the proposed purchase and sale agreement, the buyer would pay the full appraised value of $1.1 million for the property. The PSA provides for a 30-day due diligence period and 60-day outside closing date. The net sale proceeds will be distributed to all the taxing agencies based on their proportionate property tax share. Staff anticipates that the city and sand districts share this taxing distribution will be about $211,000. Use of the property in conjunction with operation of the Hyatt is also anticipated to generate additional property sales and transient occupancy tax revenues to the city. Staff recommends that the city adopt the attached resolution and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement and all related pertinent documents on behalf of the city, including modifications if needed. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, great. Looks like did due diligence and got the best deal for all the tax sharing entities. Any questions?
It's a public hearing, so whenever we get to that point, just a reminder that we got to.
Thank you. I'll open the public hearing right now. Please step forward. No, please step forward to the mic, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm still Peggy Bergen, and I was there when they built the Hyatt, so I'm familiar with that corner. How can that piece of property be only worth $1.1 million if it's over, what was the, I can't remember what you said the amount of space was, but that's quite a bit of space for that tiny piece of money. So are they getting some kind of a deal? She said they're selling it for 1.1, they're buying it for 1.1 million. That's very little money for a piece of property on Chapman Boulevard.
Thank you, Ms. Bergen. Mr. Stiles?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add, so the sale of the property for 1.1 is not for the entire hotel, and maybe that's not what you meant, but it is just the small section of the side of the building where the former Fandango restaurant used to sit. And I might add, it's a small addition to that building that's sat empty for, I think, 5 or 6 years now. Nobody's been able to really utilize it because it doesn't have adequate parking for a typical that a restaurant would require under the municipal code. So we're hoping by having this sale go through that the hotel can expand some of their capability. There'll be some new jobs that'll be created, and it'll result in some more revenue for the city. So,
great, thank you. Anyone else for this public hearing? I'm going to close the public hearing right now, and I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to move it.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
second it with a question.
Okay, please.
The question is, I'm not quite clear. We sell it for 1.1, and our return on that sale is $211,000.
Staff?
That's correct. The money goes to the taxing entities under the redevelopment dissolution.
Okay, that's our
under
share
this
as a city
agreement,
and all
yeah.
the other tax entities. But you also said we received $211,000 in annual property tax as well. That's what the report says.
Oh, once the property goes back on the tax roll,
That's the same amount we get.
then the city will get.
Coincidental, the number?
The city will continue to get property tax generated directly to the city once the property goes
Okay,
back.
I just want to be clear. That's a coincidence, those two numbers. That's our sale. That's what we received for the sale. And we.
We're saying the $1.1 million will be distributed to the taxing entities, and then we'll get additional annual amounts due further property tax.
Well, I understand that, but our sale, and the amount we received from the land sale is $211,000. Correct?
That's just our portion. because
Correct.
The city
But
is
then
a-
every year after, we get $211,000 in sales tax?
No.
Oh.
It'll be whatever the property is assessed at.
Okay. To answer her question, it's 10,800 square feet, roughly 11,000 square feet. That's it.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Please vote.
Motion received, 5 yes votes.
Thank you. Okay, we have no commission or committee matters. But on commission matters, I would like to see our code updated to reflect the new council. Since I became mayor, I did allow my colleagues here to suggest an appointment to each commission. Planning Commission has 7 members, and then the other commissions have 5 members. I would like to see, coming back to us, a code that allows each elected member to appoint their own commissioner to the Planning Commission. And then if we can expand the other commissions too, because I think it's really important that we have proportional representation on the commissions as well.
If I may quickly respond, the way that the municipal code reads is pursuant to state law. So we would not be able to change it unless state law changes. State law provides that when a city has a directly elected mayor, the mayor has to make the appointments with the consent of the city council. So this is why we have the system we have now on the books.
But shouldn't we expand it with the expansion of the council to at least 7 seats for all the other commissions?
You can change the seats, yes, but not the way that they're
Okay.
appointed.
Well, I
In
think,
other words, the council members can still make a suggestion to the mayor,
sure.
but the law still says that they would be appointed by the mayor with the consent of the city council.
Sure, yeah.
In that case, Mayor, I will make my suggestion to you next week so that you can appoint it, if you choose to agree with my suggestion.
Sure, since the vacancy is caused due to your original recommendation for appointment,
Okay.
Then I'd be more than happy to consider your recommendation again. And I think that's something I hope future mayors will continue.
Okay.
All right. So we can change the number of seats, though, and we should, I believe, have 7 for the future council, and hopefully, the future mayor, whomever it will be, could be me, will go in that direction. Thank you. So I guess we can have that come back to us whenever. No rush. Items for consideration 7A. Staff?
Item 7A is an update regarding the contract with the County of Orange for Animal Care Services and consideration of a term sheet with the Orange County Humane Society for Animal Shelter Services for fiscal year 2016-17, and Ms. Stipe is here to give the staff report.
Prior to that, I do make full disclosure. I work for the County of Orange. I work for the OC Community Resources Agency, and I have direct working relationship with the OC Animal Care. So based on that reason, I believe there's a conflict of interest for me, so I'm going to recuse myself on this matter.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, I am also a county employee, but I'm with the DA's office, and we have no direct conflict with this issue.
You don't prosecute any violators of animal abuse?
Not me personally. I'm sure the office does, but in this particular case, no.
Okay. Mr. Bowie?
I would like to ask our legal counsel to advise us on issues such as this. If we, any issue that come up for discussion, if it involves the county, is it necessary that the city council have to recuse himself? I don't understand it. If it's not directly a conflict of interest, why would we need to?
If it's the same department that is affected, where you're employed, then I would recommend that you recuse yourself.
But is this the same department? It's a different department in the county, isn't it?
I believe that for Councilmember Beard is the same department. So it's a division of the department he works for.
Okay.
Great. Ms. Stipe.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The purpose of this report is to provide an update regarding the contract with the County of Orange for animal care services, including plans and costs for a proposed new Orange County Animal Shelter, and for the City Council to consider a term sheet that sets forth proposed terms and conditions for the provision of animal care and shelter services by the Orange County Humane Society. As reported to the City Council last month, the city has contracted with the county to provide animal care services since July 1982. The services provided include animal control services, animal care special services, animal shelter services, and barking dog complaint services. Animal control services are services provided by animal care officers in the field, including the apprehension of stray animals and the investigation of animal-related complaints. Special services consist primarily of licensing animals and animal-related facilities. Animal shelter services are those services provided by the animal shelter, including the impounding of animals. The charge to the city for animal care services is based on the city's level of use. For field services, the city is charged a portion of the total cost of providing field services in the county based on the city's percentage of the total field actions. The charges for special services are based on the city's proportion of total animal licenses. For animal shelter services, the city is charged on the basis of animal charge days for animals impounded within the city limits or received from city residents. Excuse me. In general, the services provided by the county have been very good. We talked about this about a month ago, provided the council an update with regard to the planned construction of a new animal shelter. There's no complaint with regard to the services we've been receiving from the county. However, over the past 5 years, the costs for animal care services have increased substantially. In fiscal year 2011-12, the city paid $729,000 for animal care services. In fiscal year 13-14, the actual billings to the city were $1,062,000. We dropped down a little bit the following year, and we actually paid $956,000 for animal care services. For the current fiscal year, our budget was set at $1.2 million, and then we received a notice from the county mid-year that there would be an additional $150,000 charge to the city for animal care services, putting us at $1,350,000 for animal care services. As of last week, we received a revised number from the county, backing that number down slightly to $1.3 million. Nevertheless, the costs have almost doubled in the past 5 years. Additionally, due to the age and condition of the existing shelter, the county believes it's now desirable to construct a new animal shelter in which enhanced shelter and care services can be provided. The new animal shelter will be built on 10 acres of land at the former Tustin Marine Base in Tustin. A request for proposals was issued in December 2015 for a design-build contract. Proposals have been evaluated, and Orange County Animal Care staff will be recommending a contract be awarded at the April 12th Board of Supervisors meeting on April 12th. The county is now asking its 18 contract cities to contribute a majority of the funds to construct the new facility, which will have a maximum cost of $35 million. As of last week, meeting with the county, it appears that maximum cost is holding at $35 million. There's been no reduction. The number they'll be taking forward to the Board of Supervisors is $35 million. The county is contributing the land plus $5 million towards the project. Garden Grove's share is estimated to be $4.1 million. Presently, the county is seeking long-term commitments from cities. By April, I have in the staff report by April 1st, 2016. As of last week, we've been advised that they will now accept long-term commitments through the end of April. From cities. But all along the way, they've been using the April 1st date for that commitment. These commitments and related agreements are expected to have a 10-year term, with cities' contributions towards the new shelter being financed over the 10-year period. Therefore, in addition to the annual cost for animal care services, the city would be obligated to pay an additional annual payment of approximately $430,000 for the new shelter. The projected cost for fiscal year 2016-17 for animal care services, including the new shelter payment, is $1,780,828, so roughly $1.8 million for animal care services. Due to the substantial cost increase over the past several years for animal care services and the county's request for a long-term commitment towards construction and operation of a new shelter, staff has explored and evaluated potential alternative animal care options. The Orange County Humane Society has submitted a proposal and term sheet for the provision of animal care and shelter services to the city. According to the proposed terms, animal care and shelter services would be provided at an estimated flat rate cost of $290,000 for up to 3,500 animals and $310,000 for up to 3,900 animals for a 5-year term. The term sheet also includes a one-time financial contribution of up to $25,000 towards the expansion of Orange County Humane Society facilities for a new drop-off remote office that would provide additional space to accommodate the city's animal shelter needs. Orange County Humane Society has provided animal shelter services for the city of Costa Mesa since 2009 and will provide expanded services and facilities to effectively meet the needs of both cities. Therefore, they are looking to add to their capacity by leasing a new facility that could accommodate the number of animals that the city of Garden Grove would require to shelter. Shelter services would begin within 6 months of execution of a formal agreement. The proposal from Orange County Humane Society does not include field or animal licensing services. Therefore, these services would need to be undertaken by city staff. Aside from the county and Orange County Humane Society, there are no other service providers that can accommodate the city's animal care and shelter needs at this time. Staff reached out to essentially all of the animal care providers that we are aware of in the Orange County area and also in the surrounding areas of Long Beach. Contracting with the county for field and shelter animal care services is estimated to cost roughly $1.8 million per year, including the new shelter payment. Contracting with Orange County Humane Society for animal shelter services is estimated to cost approximately $335,000 per year for animal shelter and related services. Field and licensing services can be conducted by city staff at an estimated cost of under $700,000. We would be looking at bringing that service in-house under the Public Works Department, probably upgrading a supervisor position to a manager position, and then hiring several staff and purchasing a couple of vehicles. We would have some additional infrastructure that would be involved with that, temporary holding facility, computer databases, and some startup costs. And of course, there's also some code enforcement and other services that would be required. But we would be looking to hire experienced professionals to do that work, and we believe that we have the infrastructure in-house and the staffing in-house to facilitate the process and be successful in implementing an in-house program. We have met with the City of Westminster's Police Department that currently does field services in-house, and have gotten some preliminary feedback from them in terms of what it entails. There are multiple models that are already in place that the City of Garden Grove can follow to bring this function in-house. So that's what we would be looking to do there. We did receive a notification last night from the county that they would plan to bill the city for some amount of uncollected bad debt that is attributed to Garden Grove residents as a lump sum should the city make a determination to terminate service with the county. So we don't know what that amount would be exactly. The county is looking to get us some number, and we don't even know if we would legally be obligated to pay those funds. So that's something that we will be looking at and exploring, and can report back to the council on. We would, let me just skip past that. It's a recommendation that the City Council approve the attached term sheet setting forth the proposed terms and conditions for the provision of animal care and shelter services by the Orange County Humane Society to the City of Garden Grove. Authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with the Orange County Humane Society based on the terms outlined in the attached term sheet. Direct staff to terminate the existing agreement with the county upon execution of the agreement with the Orange County Humane Society, and direct staff to advise the county in writing that the city will not enter into a participation agreement for a new shelter. I am now available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have a question regarding how many folks we're going to need to hire, and are those folks going to be employees, or they're going to be subcontracted out? Mr. Murray, would you please step forward? Thank you.
We're looking at hiring full-time employees, Mr. Mayor. And the manager position would be a promotion from in-house to that would incorporate the additional duties. We're also looking at moving from a part-time position to a full-time position in basically parking citation management in order to handle those duties So we'd be moving the individual in that particular, that's managing that right now, into also managing the animal control.
So in our 60 years of being incorporated as a city, have we ever done animal services
Yes.
in-house? We have.
That is correct.
Okay. Could you kind of paint the picture of what it would look like here in Garden Grove? Because we don't have a facility to take in animals, and we don't have trucks. I mean, what does it look like exactly if we were to do this ourselves?
Well, of course, we'd have to add the trucks and the experienced professionals to conduct the pickups. The facility itself will be located out of our city, so we would have to transport the animals there as soon as the trucks get filled up. I believe they can hold about 7 animals before we need to transport them.
But what about licensing?
Licensing, we would look at, again, under the parking citation program, we have basically the staff to handle phone calls and the exchange of money and issuing licensing at that front counter. So that's where we'd be doing that service. The same place, basically, where individuals pay their parking tickets at the Public Works Department.
Oh, they wouldn't need to bring their animal in or anything?
For licensing?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. We did have some concerns brought up by the public here. And I'm just curious, when does the county say we have to let them know by? Mr. Stiles?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, maybe I can add just a couple things to the conversation. And first of all, I want to thank Maria Stipe for doing a lot of work on this. She's been calling places, talking to people, trying to figure out. She's had lots of conversations with Orange County Animal Care, the Humane Society, trying to figure out different options for us. And I know one of the speakers earlier said, council, don't react too quickly on this. You're rushing this too fast. And my response would be, we agree 100% with that. I mean, part of the difficulty of this is, it was brought to our attention that we have to commit by April 1st to a long-term $4.1 million commitment to build a new facility. And as your new city manager, I'm sitting here saying, where are we getting $4.1 million? We haven't budgeted for it. Nobody's planning for it. Something like this, you would think it would be 2 years out maybe for you to start thinking about it. The other thing that we were concerned about, and Ms. Stipe is absolutely correct. We've been getting great service from the county. We don't get any complaints. There's nothing at all bad to say about it. But when you look at the amount of money that's on how this has increased and almost doubled for us in the last just 5 years, I think we have a responsibility not just to say, yes, this isn't all about money. We want a great, a well-maintained, a professional facility, but it's not all about money. But there is some amount of fiscal wherewithal that we have to at least bring to you and say, look, we're having a hard time controlling these costs. We get this bill, and the staff has told me that we just have to pay whatever the county sends us. Now, that's just kind of the environment we've been trying to work on really quickly to try and figure out how do we come up with these costs, and because they haven't been budgeted for. So we thought there was some work on our part to at least bring some different options to you to consider. Trust me, we are not thrilled about taking this responsibility on. There's nobody here who's jumping up for joy trying to figure out how to do this. So we're going to have to take some time. There's other cities that do it. Westminster does their field services. Other cities do it. When we talk to the Humane Society folks, we felt good about the fact that Costa Mesa is using them. We're going to have to work closely with Costa Mesa and the Humane Society to make sure that they do have the facilities that can accommodate us. And there is going to be a lot of work that we got to do. So can I sit here and say we've got the answers to every single thing to ramp this operation up? No, we do not. But we're going to have to kind of get to work on it pretty quickly. Our other option was within a week, we've got to commit to $4.1 million to pay the county for a new facility. And that's nothing that I've had a conversation with any of you about, and nothing that you had to consider in your, when you approved the budget last year. So, that's just kind of the environment that we're in right now, and trying to figure out how to best advise you on this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Fan.
Thank you, sir. You had mentioned Ms. Dipes talking to Westminster, and they do the licensing in-house. Where do they take the animals? Is there are they going to the Humane Society?
Westminster uses the Westminster Veterinary Group, and so Westminster does their own field service and their own licensing. So essentially, they would be a model that we would follow for implementation of our program. However, they're not using the Orange County Humane Society, they're using Westminster Veterinary Group. We did reach out, actually we did receive a letter of interest from Westminster Veterinary Group, and we had pretty lengthy discussions and meetings with them. We had progressed along quite a ways with them before they reached the conclusion that they could not accommodate our capacity at this time. They have indicated to us that they're interested in looking for maintaining communications for the future, but just at this point in time, they could not accommodate us.
So as far as the remaining cities in Orange County not on the list of being part of the county pet program here, are they basically doing in-house or having some sort of project within their own city to take care of the animals?
Yeah, there are various variations, but yes, a number of cities operate their own animal shelter and also do their own field service, or they do a combination of, they work with a nonprofit and do their own field service, and then there are some shelters that do kind of a model more similar to the Orange County Animal Care, where it's kind of a full service where they do the animal field service plus the shelter.
So is the Humane Society the only group aside from Orange County that can actually accommodate the animal needs that we have?
That's correct. At this time, they are the only ones that were able to accommodate our needs.
And some of the speakers were mentioning the issues of possibly the animals were mistreated, their operations are not running well. Have we looked into that, and are those founded allegations?
I think there have been criticisms, just as there have been criticisms with Orange County Animal Care, that there's been a district attorney report and allegations, and Orange County Animal Care is working very diligently to address the concerns that have been raised to them. And I think likewise, Orange County Humane Society is working diligently to address the concerns that they've had or the issues that they've had in the past. And certainly, if we do move forward with them, we're looking for a partnership that is a positive partnership, that is, humane, compassionate, reasonable situation. We don't want to be associated with, any negativity in our program. So as issues arise, we'll certainly be working very diligently to resolve any issues that come up.
And lastly, one of the speakers mentioned that Costa Mesa had pulled out of their a contract with the Humane Society. Is that an accurate statement?
Newport Beach.
Or just only Newport Beach? Do you?
Yeah, I am unaware that the city of Costa Mesa has pulled out. It's my understanding that they're currently, Newport Beach has pulled out.
Thank you.
Couple of questions. Now, mentioned on page, second page, no, page 242, that the county suggests that we would have to pay for close to 4.1, or maybe a little over $4.1 million, possibly sometime in the near future. Now, then over on page 243, it is stated that under the financial impact, it stated that contracting with the county for field and shelter animal care services is estimated to cost $1.780 thousand blah 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 per year, including the new shelter payment. What is that new shelter payment? Is that part of the 4.1 millions?
Yes, so that $4.1 million would be financed over 10 years. And there's a spreadsheet in the attachment that shows what the quarterly payments would be. But essentially, the amount is, let me find it here. $430,828 per year for 10 years. So that number, if you look under the discussion in the last paragraph, the best number that we have from the county is the current estimate that we receive for animal care services. So we're currently paying $1.3 million, or that's our current estimate to close the year out, $1.3 million. So we would anticipate that the cost for service for next year, for fiscal year 16-17, would be $1.3 million plus the cost of financing the animal shelter. And our portion for the first year would be $430,000. So you have to add that to the $1.3 million, and that's where you get to the $1,780,000.
Okay. Now, it estimates that the cost to contract with OCHS is about $335,000 per year.
That's correct, for shelter services.
Correct. And that the fuel and licensing service that we do in-house will cost about $700,000. So adding that together, it costs the city about a little over $1 million, $1,035,000. So the net saving would be minus about $500,000 that we have to pay. Part of that $1,780,000, $1 million, is that so minus close to $500,000 of that. We would the difference between using the county for animal shelter and services as opposed to the OCHS would be approximately about $250,000 saving. Is that correct?
No, I believe the savings would be closer to $700,000 to $800,000.
How could that? How would let me see? No, here's what I'm trying to do. Okay, it will cost us let's just say $1.8 million a year. Now, out of that $1.8 million, $500,000 is going to be used to pay for the new shelter facility, right?
Okay.
So the actual cost for the services should be only $1.3 million, right? So if you take $1.3 million minus $1,035,000, you come out to the difference about $250,000 for the services, because the other $500,000 is for the investment for the infrastructure, not for the services.
Right.
So the net saving is about $250,000. Now, of course, we still have the other cost for the infrastructure, the facility, but that's a different angle that I want to address later. So a saving of $250,000, but what are the services, the quality of the service different between the two? This report, it doesn't give me that feeling. Can you give us some clarification on that?
Well, we would hope that, that we would be able to hire professional staff and we would be able to do a high-quality job performing the field services in-house. So obviously, Orange County Animal Care at this point in time has greater experience than the city does. So initially, I think, they probably would provide a higher level of field services than the city would initially. But I think once we had a little bit of experience under our belt and hired experienced professionals, we could provide a high-quality field service and licensing and all of those kinds of services in-house. I think, and the same thing with regard to the shelter services, I think that, obviously with the new shelter and you're paying the $35 million for a state-of-the-art animal shelter, so I do believe in the long run, probably the quality of that new shelter is going to be very, very, very good. I do think that Orange County Humane Society can provide good quality sheltering services as well. Whether it's exactly comparable, there may not be as high as the brand new facility.
Okay.
And Councilman, I might add, there's other cities that do have field services. We're going to have to consult. There's a lot we can learn from them that do. Westminster does their own field services. We've talked to them. So there's lots of resources to make sure that we're, taking the proper steps and putting the right people in place, and we have the resources that we need.
Okay. The second question would be, now we know that if we continue with the county services, the estimate cost would be about $4 million, $4.1 million. And that is probably pay over the cost of about 8 or 10 years.
10 years.
10 years. Now, if we are going to do this in part in sound and part with the human, services, what are the costs of our infrastructure? Like, we mentioned that we might have to buy some truck, and we might have to get some, some cage, some equipment. So what the estimate cost for that? 500,000.
That's a great question, and we're actually looking into the cost of the exact cost of the trucks and also a temporary storage facility. And at this time, we don't have exact estimates of the trucks or the facility. It's something that's in process.
All right. I have enough questions already. Thank you.
Where would that temporary storage facility be?
Public Works Yard.
Would it be air conditioned?
It would have to comply with the state laws, and having some sort of reasonable temperature inside for the animals is certainly part of that, as well as sanitation.
Okay.
One more question, Mr. Mayor. So the $700,000 that we're anticipating that we have to foot the bill for, would that incorporate in the cost of building the new shelter, all the maintenance and care for the animals as well?
We believe that the truck cost is in there. The temporary shelter is something that's new. I don't believe that Maria or the city manager has heard of that issue yet. Something that we actually came up with today is something that we would need, and that is not included in that $700,000.
And do we have a ballpark idea of how much that would increase the
that's
cost?
what I told the mayor, is that I do not at this particular point.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the other big unknown factor that we don't know is our concern looking at how our costs have increased just in the last 5 years, going from $729,000 just 5 years ago to $1.3 million in just the last 5 years. And so part of what we're trying to figure out is, where is that number going to go to in the future? It seems it's a very difficult thing for us to be able to manage and control, and so we also can't predict, if we were to stay with with animal care, where that number is going to go either. So we're that's part of the struggle that we're having.
That number is really determined by how much service we're getting, right? So I'm really curious, why in the last 5 years have we let it gone to this point? What kind of education could we have provided for our community? What kind of public, information can we get out there to reduce the number of these poor animals, going into these facilities? And do we plan on having something like that? I think it's really unfortunate that this number's increasing, but there's also a cost that's not being accounted for as well, right? So what are our plans? I want to be very intentional about this. I'm certainly curious about how many cities have joined on with the county, how many are planning on pulling out, in your conversations with your colleagues throughout the county. What is the word on the street here?
I don't know the exact word on the street. I know a lot of cities are in the same position that we are. They're trying to, I think I read something this morning, there was a couple cities that are debating it in their council meetings tonight. Laguna Hills, maybe Rancho Santa Margarita, other cities. So everybody's trying to figure out what they can do, what their options are, what makes sense to them. This is, like I said, we've got, lots of issues in the city. We want to be good fiscal stewards of the limited resources we have. As you know, we've got lots of departments that are asking for lots of things. We don't have a structurally balanced budget, but at the same time, we want to do the right thing, and we don't want to let these costs spiral out of control at the same time when we're trying to, help our fire department out, our police department out. So we're trying to find that good balance that makes sense to us.
Mr. Mayor, obviously, we as many other cities are very concerned about the escalated costs going, sky high off the roof. Have we communicated to the Board of Supervisors to ask them how come, the price is going up so fast and beyond control? And also, do they provide us the explanation of where all of this charge going to, I'm not saying that there's something wrong here, but I think the city, have the right to understand why we have to pay for so much for the animal services. Was it because so many of our residents, bring our, animal to the shelter? That's why we have to pay a lot more. And also, why is it that we have to pay $4.1 million for our share for a new state-of-the-art shelter? Do we as the cities, I'm talking about not just Garden Grove, but many other cities in the program, do we have a say into, hey, we do not want a $30 million state-of-the-art shelter. We just want something, basic, better. Now, have they ever invite our city to participate in this?
Well, we do participate in the Financial Advisory Board Committee that Orange County Animal Care it's affiliated with the Orange County Animal Care Program. So we do participate on that board and in those meetings. And Garden Grove has continually expressed concern about the rising costs and about the cost of the shelter. The county, they have an agreement. They're setting the maximum cost at $35 million. There is in the new agreement that they're putting forward a recommendation to have a advisory group to kind of participate in the design of the new shelter, but I'm not seeing anything or any expectation that the cost is going to be less than $35 million at this point. So I think we only can go off of the information that we have. So the projection is that the new shelter is estimated to have a maximum cost of $35 million, and that at this point we don't have any indication that it's going to come in lower than that. So and as far as participating with 18 cities, we've continued and I'm not sure that we would be opposed to this, but the number of days that the animals are cared for in the shelter has continued to increase over the years, and I believe the average is about 8 to 12 days in the shelter, and the cost is about $60 a day for the sheltering services. I know that Garden Grove sends about 3,900 animals per year to the shelter, and so our sheltering costs are very expensive, and our proportionate share of the new shelter is based on our usage, and Garden Grove residents use the shelter. We have a large number of animals going to the shelter. So, we can work with the county to try to educate our residents to be more responsible pet owners and contain their animals so they're not stray and that they don't get sent to the shelter. But this is just kind of an ongoing situation and something that we will continue to work with the county on.
So, yeah. Well, brother, it sounds like, do we have to take an action tonight on this matter? Because I'm thinking, because the county did give us to the end of the month in April, correct, to actually commit or to opt out. Our next council meeting is on the 12th of April. I would like to hear more from staff as far as these hidden costs that we haven't considered, such as how much it would cost us to implement the housing structure and stuff like that. So I would like to at least get a fuller picture by staff as far as how much it will really cost our city. I think the $700,000 doesn't adequately show us how much money we're going to incur. So I would like to ask them to come back with a more comprehensive description of what we would expect to take on board.
Mr. Stiles, is the deadline April 1st? That we have to let the county know?
The county was originally asking for commitments from the city by April 1st, and that was the date that they had been giving us, and that's why that's in the staff report. As of last week, the county has said they will now allow cities to opt in to their agreement through the end of the month, so the end of April.
Okay.
So we do have some additional time that we did not have previously.
That's only two city council meeting away. Well, I have a concern because I think certainly I think we have, like Councilman Fan said, we might have a couple more weeks to decide, and I certainly would like to have some more information in terms of the other hidden costs. But along the same line, I also would like to send a letter to the Orange County Animal Services and to the board so that they can explain to us about the cost, the rising cost of these services, and also about the $35 million annual shelter. Why isn't us allow a say in it? It certainly seemed to me that this cost is forced down upon the 18 city member, and without the justification for that, I think that's not appropriate. That's not fair to us. We should have a say in terms of saying, well, the $35 million shelter is nice, but we do not need that. We only need let's say a $20 million shelter, something along the lines. So why is it that we have to pay for that huge expensive shelter? Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that requires an agreement from the council to ask the city manager to send that letter to the OC Annual Services and to the BOP supervisors.
I don't have any objection, but would you like that to be your motion?
Yes, I would like to make that alternate motion.
Would the excuse me, Councilman? Would the letter would be a drafted letter? We could certainly prepare a letter, and it would be on behalf of the mayor and the council members from the staff. It's your thoughts on that.
As long as it's from the city, I does not need it to be from the mayor and does not need to have 5 signatures, but it need to be an official letter from the city.
Okay.
Addressing the county, field and several annual services, and CC the board of supervisor. I think they need to be aware of what's going on here.
Okay. I'm sorry, Scott. I did want to mention just a little bit. There is a portion of the increase that is attributed to a change in accounting methods from an accrual basis to a cash basis of accounting, and some writing off of some bad debt over a long period of time. But of that $1.3 million increase, I believe that that represents roughly about $90,000 for the current fiscal year. So there is a plan by the county to address the writing off of this bad debt, which they have about $6 million worth of bad debt over a 5-year period, where they started that process in the current fiscal year 15-16. So our costs did part of that cost increase, and I estimate about 7% of that cost increase is related to that particular issue. However, we would also expect our cost to increase over the next 5 years for service because the county is also planning to write off this bad debt over a 5-year period going forward. So I don't know if that's making sense, but that is one portion of the reason why the costs have increased in the last year. And then there is a provision also, I want to note, in the proposed agreements, which have not been approved by the board yet. They're planned to be approved by the board on the 12th of April. But there is a provision in the agreement that there would be a subcommittee that would work to advise on the design of the new shelter, which would be made up of representatives from two from the largest cities that participate with the county, and one from a smaller city, so that there would be some ability for the participating cities to weigh in on the actual design of the shelter. So there is actually a provision in there. I believe that to participate in that, we would, have to be contracting with the city to be able to participate, obviously, in that design committee.
Can you explain to me what's the bad debt? Where is it coming from? Who created the bad debt?
The bad debt. This bad debt is a result of the accounting methodology that the Orange County Animal Care was using, where they would send an invoice for licensing of an animal. Like, as they would send an invoice for the payment for that licensing, they would account that as soon as the bill was sent, they account that as revenue. But oftentimes, whoever received that invoice didn't pay it. And so the revenue was never actually received. And so over a period of time, they sent these bills to collections, and they ultimately, many years have passed, and they've finally determined that they're not ever going to be able to collect this money. And this has accumulated over a period of time to the point where there's now roughly $6 million in bad debt.
Why do cities have to pay for the mistake?
Mr. Councilman, that would be the question we would ask if and when they would bill us for those services.
We don't even know the amount?
No, we don't.
That's outrageous.
Well, we do know the amount is roughly $6 million. And that's would be
that's countywide.
The responsibility of both the county and the 18 contract cities. So
and how are they going to determine our share? Is there some kind of methodology?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Well,
I think we need to raise the concern here because we are the customer. You know, we have the right to raise our concern over this outrageous charge. And I think they need to be aware of our concern. Now, I would like us to stay with their services, but in order to for that, I think they need to explain to us, why we have to pay for that services. And also, I would like to have, for our city to have a say in the new facility. Having two large city and a small city in the panel that will determine design, to me, is not enough. We are a customer. We got to have a say in it if we want to stay in this contract. And I would like to communicate that to the OC shelters services, and I would like the board supervisors to be aware of it, because they have to be accountable for us.
And this was in a grand jury report, right?
Which issue?
The
new shelter?
Right.
The need for the new shelter, yes. The county has had plans to build a new shelter for quite some time, I think probably at least 20 years, or at least 15 to 20 years. And it's always been an issue of acquiring this land that's been tied up with the marine base. So it's just now that land has become available and they've been able to move the process forward. So, and then in addition, there's been criticisms the grand jury with regard to the condition of the existing shelter. So that's kind of what's prompted it to move along on a faster track.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, question and then a comment. There was mention of possible, like a cancellation fee or an exit fee or something if we left the county program earlier. Is that relevant, and what does that mean?
What that's in reference to is, again, this debt that the county has identified, the roughly $6 million in debt. Their plan was to determine which kind of distill that down to which city, how much of that should be allocated to which city. So they apparently have records that show, where the revenue was credited, where it never was collected. So if 10 pet owners didn't pay their license fees in Garden Grove, then 10 portions of that money would be allocated to Garden Grove. So their plan was over the next 5 years to recoup that money from the cities by writing off that bad debt and placing it where it was initially where the debt came from. So since that was their plan, they have advised us last night that they would like to continue on with that plan, but since we would no longer be contracting with them, they would have to bill us as a lump sum. Whether that's actually allowable under the current agreement, is something that we would have to look into.
And if I could add again, we just received that last night, so we're in no position to comment on it, and we don't know what it means. We don't know what the legal ramifications are. So,
what's scary is if the new facility, if we assume that our share of the new facility is 11%, then 11% of that bad debt, if it's equally distributed somehow loosely, could be $660,000.
And again, we'll draft a letter to go to the supervisors. Again, this is all predicated on this April 1st deadline that, cities had to sign on at this date. We had to make this commitment. We knew that, you hadn't considered it in the past budget year. It hadn't been discussed. So, it's putting us all in quite a difficult position.
My comment then was, I like the thought of kicking this down the line a little bit till our April 12th meeting, or possibly even till the end of April. Since the supervisors are meeting on April 12th, I'd like to get information on what do they do. And we could also benefit from learning what other cities do between now and then. If there's some mass exodus from other cities around the county out of this program, then our cost structure could go up dramatically if we're the only customer.
And quite frankly, if other cities do leave, we do have a MOU in place, an agreement in principle with Orange County Humane Society to partner with us. But that agreement is contingent on City Council's approval, obviously. So we also don't want to get completely left out in the cold either. But we will act expeditiously to follow up on your request to make sure we get the letter to the supervisors, get information back, do everything we can.
Yeah, I also echo with Councilman Jones and Councilman Fan about kicking it down a little bit. But we are the third largest customer after Anaheim and Santa Ana. And we do not know if any others. Do we know if any other city in this 18 city is considering have a second thought on it?
Have any other cities already taken action?
The city of Laguna Hills has it on their agenda for this evening, and the city of Rancho Santa Margarita has it on their agenda for tomorrow evening. They're both considering contracts with the city of Mission Viejo or Mission Viejo Animal Care Services.
Let's check in with what Santa Ana is doing, since they're neighboring us, and also Anaheim. And the
Anaheim-
three of us make up the biggest customer.
Yeah, Anaheim, as of this point, I've been working actually on participating in a subcommittee with the city of Anaheim and also the city of Laguna Hills and the county of Orange to address the agreements that are currently proposed in terms of structuring them to provide the best fair participation amongst the cities. So we've resolved a lot of issues with the agreements, and the agreements are much better than they were when they originally came out. So I have been participating in that so that if the city does make a decision to contract with the county, that we're at least feeling that the new agreements are satisfactory and are fair to the city. So the city of Anaheim has been participating in that. As of this point, I believe their intention is to continue to contract with the county of Orange. I haven't heard anything otherwise. The city of Santa Ana, as I understand it, has been silent. They have not provided any feedback at this point that I'm aware of.
Okay. Great. Thank you, everybody, for...
One last
okay.
comment.
Sure.
Very last one. The animal services company that do contract with City of Westminster, I understand that we did try to get the services, but they said they already help Westminster. They have no more capacity. I also worried about if we wait too long, and the OC Human Services may say, hey, you wait too long. I'm sorry, I already considered the contract with other city, and now I do not have the capacity to provide services to you. What would we do?
We would have no alternative but to contract with the county.
So we do have that time, also that pressure of time on us. Okay.
So let's continue this item for the second meeting in April, and we'll follow this closely.
Okay.
Keep us abreast with memos to the council on this issue.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just ask
Sure.
that please, the next time we come back with this one, give us as much information as you can on the cost that the city have to bear. Not only if we go on this on our own, but also how much it would cost going with the county, because I would want us to be more liberal with the cost that we have to incur as a city if we were to do this on our own, so that we're not surprised later as far as how much it would cost us.
And a quick adder to that is just maybe some comfort level that what we would do internally if we broke away from the county would be at least at some minimal level adequate, and that we don't get pummeled with all kinds of negative complaints and comments and stuff. So, I mean, we've got to, I realize in transition there's difficulty, but that we maintain at least some level of service continuity going forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think having an educational component is really important. I haven't seen that, especially in different languages as well. And, the bad debt thing, I don't know what debt is good debt. Calling it bad debt and trying to push it on to us, that's not okay. That's like their responsibility, their accounting. That wasn't us. It wasn't our residents really either. They didn't get that fifth reminder. Okay. 7B.
Seven B is an approval of a cooperative agreement with the Orange County Transportation Authority for the design phase of the Orange County Streetcar Project. And Mr. Murray is here to give the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, tonight City Council is being asked to approve a cooperative agreement with the Orange County Transportation Authority for the design of the Orange County Streetcar Project. In 2006, the cities of Garden Grove and Anaheim partnered on a Go Local feasibility study for a transit system to extend the Metrolink here in Orange County. This study produced a streetcar project that the City Council adopted a resolution in support of in January 2014. And later in February of 2015, the City Council adopted another resolution approving the locally preferred alternative, which is Alternative 1, and is shown as Exhibit A in your council packet. The streetcar project is an at-grade system that runs from the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center to the northwest corner of Harbor and Westminster in the city of Garden Grove. The 4-mile track travels primarily along the old Pacific Electric right-of-way that's owned by the OCTA. Staff will be involved in the consultant selection process for the preparations of the plans, specifications, and estimates, and will provide plan checking and other related duties for the design of the project. These staff activities will be reimbursed by the OCTA under this agreement. The design is expected to be completed by 2018 and the project will cost over $16 million. Actually, the design will cost $16 million. The streetcar project itself will cost over $300 million. I'm sorry about that. Should the council decide to approve the agreement tonight, staff work can begin in April, and we expect the construction to begin in about June of 2018. All work will be completed, or supposed to be completed, by 2021. The funding for this project will use federal, state, and local grants, no general fund. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available to answer your questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Mr. Jones, would you like to speak on this a little bit?
Sure. I mean, I'm excited to see this actually going forward. Orange County obviously doesn't have any kind of fixed guideway or transportation. We're pretty much a bus or car-oriented county, so it's exciting to champion this and that it's coming into our city first, and I think it will only lead to a extended line into other areas. Talk about it going north all the way up to Fullerton. If you envision that, it could create a big regional loop between the Fullerton train station, Anaheim, Orange, Santa Ana, PE right away, and back down Harbor. So probably a lot of attraction from private sector, transit-oriented development would come secondarily out of this. Just a lot of exciting things could happen in the future along this corridor, and it actually looks like it's going to happen. So it's fully approved by OCTA. The FTA is pushing OCTA to bring it forward faster to make sure it gets into this year's funding round so that it can actually start up by late next year and get going. So excited to see it happen. I'd like to move the item.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Let's vote.
Motion received, 5 yes votes.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just as a follow-up, if the council does not object, I've communicated with OCTA and talked with them about possibly coming to our next council meeting to give a brief presentation on the project. They're more than willing to do it. They haven't been here for a while, briefing our citizens and what it entails. So if that comports with your wishes, we'll arrange to have them here in 2 weeks to give us a quick update on just the design and the features of the project, that sort of thing.
Good idea. Thank you, Mr. Stiles. Okay. And 7C.
Item 7C is a discussion of commercial marijuana activity regulation. And Mr. Hill is here to give the staff report.
Mayor, members of the City Council, agenda item 7C is a request from the City Council to discuss and consider regulations for marijuana dispensaries and cultivation and provide direction to the staff. At the council meeting of February 23rd, 2016, the City Council requested an update and discussion regarding regulations permitting medical marijuana dispensaries, including the possibility of permitting cultivation. In 2011, city staff pursued generating the permit process through a 3-phased approach for medical marijuana dispensaries. This included requiring background information, paying a fee, providing information such as business description, employee identification, criminal background, and other operational characteristics of the business as part of the multi-phase approach to dispensary permitting in the city. The second phase included a land use permit process similar to a conditional use permit application, which would allow the city to collect business operational information, maps, plans, and so forth along with proof of insurance and a list of products and services provided. And the third and final phase would be to process it through a public hearing process, whether before the zoning administrator or the planning commission. Many of the regulations that were considered in 2011 may not be applicable to today because they address dispensaries based on the existing then model of marijuana cooperatives and collectives rather than the new retail model dispensing marijuana supported by the 2015 Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act. Due to the various changes in the case law and in the administration of the law at that time, the city in 2011 ultimately elected not to pursue regulation and banned all medical marijuana activity in the city. Last year, the state of California enacted a set of laws commonly known as the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, the Act. The Act is comprised of three discrete pieces of legislation, which basically, one is it creates a dual licensing structure requiring state licensing and local licensing or permit for commercial cannabis businesses. The second is the regulatory and licensing structure for cultivation sites under the Department of Food and Agriculture. And then the third was licensing medical marijuana businesses, which regulates the physicians and recognizes local authority to levy taxes and fees. And the act also authorizes the state Department of Consumer Affairs and Department of Food and Agriculture to establish minimum standards for dispensaries and cultivation, which won't go into detail, but they're listed in your council memo. The matter of the medical marijuana has again become a topic of discussion concerning the growing, dispensing, and usage for medicinal purposes. It is expected that a ballot measure addressing recreational use of marijuana will qualify for the ballot in November this year. Should the city consider allowing cultivation, dispensing, and usage, certain considerations or provisions should be discussed and possibly put into place to address the sale, dispensing, and use of marijuana products and related paraphernalia. These provisions would pertain to development, performance, and operational standards applied to all dispensaries, as well as create development standards for marijuana cultivation and manufacturing, if that's also included. Development standards would be considered, commences with where the places would be allowed, consider distances from schools and residential zones, and other possible impacted land uses. Standards could also require each use to be subject to a conditional use permit with conditions subject to the appropriate provisions of security, lighting, noise, odor control, hours of operation. And it also can allow for setting regulatory fees and requiring background checks on the operators, and again processed through a public hearing process. Also to note that the Act provides the city ample regulatory authority to regulate marijuana-related businesses within the city, and as that's noted in your memo as well. Although currently the city has a ban on all marijuana commercial activities, we can look to other cities that currently allow and or have analysis and considered in allowing marijuana businesses and activities, and learn from the other jurisdictions that could assist us in developing our own regulations to address possible concerns and issues experienced in these cities, which could include consideration of their development standards, their fee schedules and taxation approaches, as well as law enforcement considerations. In regards to the 2011 action, it was anticipated that commercial zones were deemed appropriate zones for medical marijuana dispensaries at that time. However, since 2011, the city has rezoned several properties from traditional commercial zones to mixed-use zones. Thus, additional review is appropriate to determine if marijuana uses are compatible with these new mixed-use zones, and no review has been undertaken to date with respect to the appropriate zones in which permit commercial cultivation of marijuana. Staff is continuing to research appropriate regulations for commercial marijuana activities, including the appropriate level of taxation and actions and experiences of other cities that have implemented or in the process of implementing regulations and taxation ordinances for commercial marijuana activities. A more detailed report pertaining to possible regulations of commercial marijuana businesses for the city is forthcoming. At the meeting of February 23rd, Councilmember Bowie suggested that the city should conduct hearings to hear public input while developing regulations for the city. Land use regulations will be subject to public hearings before the Planning Commission, but a tax ordinance will not be subject to Planning Commission review or public hearings. However, as mentioned, I'll mention in a minute here, that the tax ordinance is subject to voter approval. Staff wishes to receive direction from the City Council on whether to hold community meetings for all aspects of any proposed commercial marijuana regulations prior to finalizing them. In regards to the Act, it further recognizes the city's authority to establish fees and taxes applicable to marijuana activities. However, the California Constitution, as amended by Proposition 218 in 2006, requires that all new general taxes be approved by a majority of the city's voters at a regular scheduled election. Thus, if the City Council wishes to consider lifting the current ban on marijuana activities to generate additional revenue in the form of a tax on the sale of marijuana products, the November 2016 election presents the first opportunity to place a tax measure for voter approval. However, the next available regular scheduled election will not take place until 2018. Based on the election code, the last date to submit a measure for inclusion in November would be August 12th. However, the Register of Voters recommends that the election resolutions be adopted no later than June 20th of 2016. It should be noted that the City Council may place a measure approving an ordinance establishing a tax rate for marijuana commercial activities prior to the adoption of regulations permitting the activity. The tax ordinance can stipulate that it is effective only in the event the City Council adopts an ordinance permitting commercial marijuana activities. From the financial ramifications in terms of revenue generation and enforcement costs, we do not know. Review of the experiences in other communities that permit dispensaries or cultivation may provide some degree of financial impact information. Again, this review has not been completed. Therefore, it is recommended that the City Council discuss the matter and provide direction to the staff at this time. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just, members of council, if I could just wrap up. So Mr. Hill and their staff are still continuing their work to do the more comprehensive research about what other cities are doing. And so we'll be bringing that forward. At the last council meeting, it was mentioned that you wanted us to bring something back on this meeting. We wanted to at least, we knew Councilman Bowie had mentioned the issue of, do we want to do some hearings, other things. There was also the question of getting for the record, just so we all remembered what the actual legislative deadlines were. If you did want to put something on the ballot, what those deadlines are. So that's what we were trying to simply accomplish in this report.
Thank you. It's much appreciated. And that's my take. Yeah, any...
And where would be heading next? I would like to propose that we form a task force that consists of 2 members of the City Council so that we can, provide the guidance to staff and to other, members from the public, from the medical marijuana industry, to join that task force so they can move this thing quickly, and hopefully we can come up with a regulation that would be a compromise and meet everyone's needs. One of my major concerns is the smells. If I have no objection to the use of medical marijuana at all. What worries me is when we have a dispensary, in a commercial retail environment, the smell is spread out very far and affecting business surrounding it. So that need to be one of the concerns that we need to address so that we can provide a place for people to go and buy marijuana for medical use, and at the same time safeguarding the need of other business surrounding that store. But I would like to suggest that we form a task force, and Mayor Baldwin has been very strong voice in supporting that, and I've been very strong in addressing certain issues for the business community So I would like to suggest that Mayor Bao and I would be a part of that task force, and that we will invite staff and member of the medical marijuana dispensary and member of the public, our resident, to join in that task force, and hopefully we can come up with a recommendation for the city council to consider.
I certainly don't object to that. I think there's a lot that we can learn during this time. I know Mr. Hill, thank you again for the report. We're also looking at other cities as well. I believe the Board of Equalization is just, they're really excited about this at the state level. I know that in 2018 is when actually things take effect, right? In terms of the MRSA, the three MRSA bills?
Yeah, the Act provides that Food, Agriculture, and the Department of Consumer Affairs are to start issuing licenses in 2018. Right now, they're in the process of proposing regulations for the application process and the issuance of those licenses.
Okay. And then we did hear today from Councilmember Sal Tinajero on how successful they've been in terms of regulating, controlling, and taxing medical cannabis as well. I'm really quite impressed with the drop in the number of illegal dispensaries in their city while they're regulating, as opposed to when they had the full ban. That's definitely something that we should look at further in other cities as well. And of course, we have our own issues here. I certainly believe, personally, that if we're able to work with everybody who will be impacted by this, especially the businesses that are currently being impacted, the families who are currently being impacted, and our community at large, because we have a total ban and the kind of black market that has been created creates, unsafe communities. I think this is also about public safety. In addition to that, seeing the city of Santa Ana being successful, they were able to hire 20 police officers. I think that's quite impressive. And I imagine, I'm really curious about what their approach is to the current illegally operating dispensaries that they have in their city, whether they're initiating litigation, what is their approach there? I'm really curious about that. If we can bring that back, because I think we have a little bit of time. What I see is that if we continue to move forward on this timeline, we should, I don't know if staff is or will be prepared to bring us something maybe the second meeting of May, if we were to go to the ballot, because if the registrar is asking for it by June 20th, even though we don't have to get it to them technically until August 12th, I don't know, in terms of staff capacity, in terms of the...
June 20th is the date that the Register of Voters has indicated in the timeline where most cities that are going to consolidate elections with the county and the state and federal have to adopt the resolutions calling the election. Normally the city, we're going to have to call our own elections for, council and mayor. So it would be brought with all of those resolutions. If you recall, there's multiple resolutions that are adopted in June. June 20th is their deadline. Our deadline is going to be based on our regular council meeting. Probably it's going to fall on the first meeting in June.
Okay.
June 14th.
So, Mr. Mayor,
So June 14th is going to be the last date. And that way, the resolution calling our regular election will also include a resolution putting a measure on the ballot. And I want to clarify that we don't need voter approval for lifting the ban and regulating dispensaries, cultivation, etc. We only need a ballot measure if we want to tax adopt a tax or business license tax on that business.
Mm-hmm. And the
Question.
voters would decide that. Sure. Mr. Fan first.
So, first of all, to Councilman Bui, clarification on what would the task force mission be? And then secondly, if we were to allow the measure to be put on the ballot for June, what would it say? And if it said, would you tax marijuana? I would imagine most people would say yes. But then does that then put a legal burden upon us or some sort of burden that says because now we put this ballot measure on, for the vote, that we have to lift the ban? Because I don't want those two actions to have to run parallel to each other.
Under Proposition 218, the question to the voters will have to include the actual maximum tax that you want the voters to approve. I'll give you the example, Santa Ana, the voters approved a tax of up to 10%, although the city council did not implement a full 10% tax initially. Other jurisdictions have voter approval up to a certain amount. 10% seems to be, 8 to 10% seems to be the number. But then the tax rate, after the voters approve the 10%, then the council has the ability to tax anything below that up to that 10%. So that's what the voter approval would do. And in the tax measure, which would be an ordinance that would go on the books, most likely in our business license tax section of the code, you can put a stipulation in that ordinance that the city council would actually impose a tax unless additional regulation is adopted by the city council to lift the ban and regulate the different types of commercial cannabis business.
So that won't be until after the November election. However, we could take action before that.
Correct.
As well.
Yes.
If we wanted to lift the ban. I know this with our blanket ban on cultivation, that actually may be a violation of the law for those who are cultivating for themselves as patients per the law that passed legalizing medicinal cannabis. So I just want to put that out there. I noticed that Mr. Fan had a question for Mr. Bowie in terms of the mission of the task force.
No, I just want to ask our legal counsel that can we conditionally say that if we lift the ban and if we come up with the set of ordinance to regulate marijuana, can we ask the voter to vote on a tax question with the condition that vote would only be applicable if we lift the ban?
Yes.
Okay.
That's if the council at that time, probably the new council, would decide on that issue after the November election.
So by us having to go on the ballot in June, that basically just gives us, a right to tax it if the voter permits it. So that basically just won't delay our process of taxing, correct?
Right.
If we decide later to lift the ban.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, and just to clarify, June 14th is after the primary election, which is on June 7th.
Right.
And this June 14th deadline is to get it onto the November ballot, just for clarification.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, so the task force, I'm more than happy to help to work and to listen to the community. So I'm definitely okay with that moving forward. If anybody has any thoughts, chime in. Please
Right.
chime in.
I did make the recommendation that the mayor and I, who have been very vocal about this issue and about various concerns from different segment in our communities, to be that task force. So, if other people agree on that, then I would like to make a motion, to do that.
Okay.
Anyone second
entertain
it?
a second. I'm more than happy and willing to serve.
Yeah, I'll second that. Do you have any issue with the?
Okay, this is time for discussion. There's
Yeah.
been a motion and a second. Please discuss.
Okay, question, we have a May deadline for having another report, a full report, a more extensive report? On,
Councilman Beard, I think that's correct. That's kind of the timeline we were working on, was
Okay.
sometime in the first or the second meeting in May, we'd come back with some of the data that
Was that
Mr. Hill
close?
and his staff are working on.
okay, so I asked, does that coincide with your task force? Working with them, getting information from them, we have a consolidated report of sorts? The task force and then your report, city staff report?
Well, I guess that was maybe one of my questions I was going to have too, is what the expectation of the task force members were going to be of the administration. What were you going to, did you expect us to participate in the task force, help staff the task force, just so we know that we can be responsive to whatever your needs are?
I think absolutely, if I may, that we do hold public meetings and have these town halls. I think that's a really good idea from Mr. Bowie, and certainly we would need staff support for that and space. I imagine it'd be held here if we do have space available, and to help definitely promote and garner
Right.
input from the community.
Sure. I also would like, included in that panel or task force, I would like to have representative from our PD, so that we represent a concern from the law enforcement. I would like to invite, business member, to join that task force, maybe a couple people, so that they can give us the input from a business community. And maybe couple other residents, and lastly, a couple people from the medical marijuana.
I suggest that the task force members ad hoc committee, you can decide who to invite to your
Okay,
meetings.
all
I
right,
think that would
okay.
be best.
Just a couple quick comments. For starters, I just want to say I agree with Verla Lambert that we shouldn't get all fixated on the dollars on this thing. Like, to me, it's not an issue that we want to try and get opportunistic about from a financial standpoint. I don't think that's should be the focus. I do think, it's relevant in the sense that if you're going to regulate this, then you need the resources to be able to administer it and whatnot. So certainly it's relevant, but it shouldn't be the focus. Like, yeah, there's dollar signs here, and that's why we're doing it. For me, it's always been a compelling thought to go down this path, and I guess I didn't realize it's been 5 years, but you said 2011, right, Carl? Yeah, 5 years ago, we were that close to actually pursuing this, and then there was kind of a sharp pendulum swing back towards the ban mode. But I had always just believed, and I went through kind of a learning curve with our former police chief and with our former community development director in a series of meetings with other cities, with attorneys, with people from the industry, whatnot. I went through the learning curve on this, and just came to believe that in a regulated environment, we have the ability then to identify and kind of determine our own rules in terms of where they're allowed to go, so that nobody could say that we don't allow safe access. We do, but but you don't need 50 of them within 1,000 feet of each other. You don't need that kind of thing. So within certain zonings and within certain distances from each other, so that you could actually control this in a way where we cap the number of outlets around town down to a manageable number. And in fact, I would think that those who kind of made that short list would probably help us regulate in a sense too, by not allowing other newcomers to come into the territory. So I just think from a lot of ways it could be a way to manage this without the risk of kind of open-ended checkbook writing from a litigation standpoint. So the legal exposure on this, if you don't allow it, or frankly, even if you ban it. If you ban it and you don't enforce it, then it can grow out of control. If you ban it and you do enforce it, it could be very costly. So I've always thought regulation is a way to kind of make the best of it in a sense, but not from a monetary standpoint, just from a how do we sort of work with this within our city.
I definitely agree. I just want to clarify, the initial thought is not about money in terms of generating revenue. It is about the current cost in our city now with the existing ban. Not only the cost of potential enforcement, the cost of potential initiation of litigation, which I've brought up in the past, but also the cost to our quality of life here in our city with the current ban. The state has taken the lead and passed these 3 laws signed by the governor to give more power to your city council to help make the determination of how will we go about to regulate, control, and tax. That will help create a safer city in Garden Grove. That's what we're looking at. The revenue that would be generated is going to make our city safer. We're able to hire more police officers. We're able to initiate litigation on those illegally operating dispensaries, which I imagine, like Mr. Jones said, would definitely feel the heat from those that are legally operating when we're able to control and regulate, and we're able to utilize these laws. So there'll be many more opportunities. I'm really grateful for Mr. Bowie's suggestion and your motion, your second, to have this task force where we can definitely gather more information, put it in a more succinct format to present to the public as well as the council.
Mayor, would it make sense for my office to start drafting regulations for the task force to present to the public? I know that there was a concern. Just so you know, my firm is city attorney for Palm Springs and has been for the last 16 years. So we do have some experience in drafting regulations and enforcing them. So we can start working on those regulations. We're not going to use all of Palm Springs regulatory provisions because those were based on the old model of the collectives. But we can look at other regulatory schemes that have already been developed, including those that have been developed by ballot measures that have been proposed by the cannabis industry.
I think that's very prudent, given that we do have that we need to start going in that direction. Mr. Tinajero brought up something really key, and that is there was a competing measure in the city of Santa Ana, and if their council didn't act, then that measure would have won, and that would have taken the ability of the council to have specific regulations and control, really. So that's also something that could be looming in the city of Garden Grove. I think by giving direction today to our law firm, city attorney, to begin drafting that is very prudent, and it definitely sends a clear message out there that we are working on this as a city. And, we're taking the lead on this as a city. And hopefully anyone who's thinking about doing a measure out there that, we're really moving forward already. I think that should be the message that's out there, if my colleagues don't disagree.
Well, I have a dissenting view on that. I mean, what's looming is we're not talking about is the potential for recreational marijuana coming to the ballot and being passed by the voters. I mean, nothing's been said about a task force looking into what happens, what's the impact of that. I'm very concerned about the hidden costs of medical marijuana or just marijuana itself. I mean, there's crime issues out there, definite. Cash industry, I mean, that is a strong reason to really take a serious look and hold back on, let's take the lead, everybody seems to think this is a windfall, this is all a good situation. I don't share that. I'm cautious about, and I want to be prudent and practical. I think what's the harm of being rational instead of rash about getting ahead and being a part of the medical marijuana or even marijuana, viewing it as let's adopt it now, let's do regulations. I'm okay with waiting, seeing what happens with the state, seeing what happens with the voters. What's the impact of recreational marijuana on medical marijuana? I mean, access will be available to everybody. We talk about black markets. It's a whole new dynamic and a whole new paradigm. I'm not so certain that we need to put an initiative together or have a ballot measure to say, let's tax it right now. Let's wait and see. We're going to hear what happens in May. We're going to hear our task force. We're going to see what surrounding cities, what happens with them. So I'm not a big proponent of let's get ahead of this and have control, because we don't know what's going to happen after the voters potentially approve recreational marijuana. That puts it in a whole new light. So I'm not so hot on let's get something going now. Let's wait and see. That's my attitude. And so what's the harm of doing that as well? My 2 cents.
There's maybe,
go ahead.
There's maybe a happy medium in there somewhere too, where it's instead of instructing our law firm to kind of proceed full speed ahead towards drafting an ordinance or whatever, but at least that by the time this comes back in May, that they have some sort of staff report or workup about bullet points about how it might be administered if it's going to happen or something. I don't know if, you know what I mean? So it's not saying do it, but it's saying if it were going to happen, what would it look like? I know I was also going to comment that from a planning standpoint, we've already done the workup on this. I mean, we got as far along as to do a call for registration, and people came forward, and we need to update it by 5 years and refresh it. But a lot of the thought process of planning and zoning related conditions on how to manage these things has already been done by our staff. We haven't really had the legal workup.
If I may, I think at this point, what we have is the majority so far on our council to move forward with consideration of what the public has to say. I think that's really key. And, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we've heard information about polling and whatnot regarding the recreational ballot measure on recreational use, adult use. But we don't know what's going to happen. What we do know is that there are 3 laws already signed by the governor. It's moving ahead. It's creating infrastructure for the control, regulation, and taxation with the California Department of Food and Agriculture, the different state departments, the Department of Consumer Affairs. It's very detailed. They put a lot of thought into this. It gives us more control if we actually take action. If we do not, on the other hand, with the current situation that we have, we've seen what prohibition has done in the past, and it's the same on this, and we're at that moment again. I think this is, if you look at the trends, this is something that could happen nationally. This is something that's happening in other countries. This is something that Garden Grove is very much a part of. We haven't actually resolved the issue that's been facing our city. And that is, we currently have illegally operating dispensaries. That's hurting our local businesses. It's creating unsafe areas. We know that. It's creating public safety issues. We've been unable to regulate because we don't have that budgeted. Okay? And it does have a financial impact to our city when we continue the ban. That's what we've already decided upon. We've already looked at that. We already saw that clearly. This is just a reminder that we do need to go ahead and gather more information from the public. And also, I think it would be too late if we waited till May to get something to the registrar of voters and approve it on June 14th. Because we want ample time, too, as a council, to look over it, to get other input, to get more public input. I think that's really key. If the public's not for it, they're not for it. But let's give them an opportunity to say yes or to say no.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I think having a public forum, you can certainly stack the cards a certain way or the other. I think the better question would be is put a ballot measure to our residents, say, do you want us to lift the ban or not? I know it's in our prerogative if we want to lift the ban or not. But I would rather say I will lift the ban because the voter wanted it instead of saying that we're going to do it on our own. Because of the fact that personally, I'm not a fan of medicinal marijuana or of any kind. I don't know if this is beyond the purviews of our discussion here.
No, it is.
But we talk about the financial aspect of it and everything, but we neglect the fact that unlike prohibition and alcohol, where it's not a gateway to the next drug, marijuana is. And so it is a bigger picture than just, should we legalize marijuana or not? Because it goes to the bigger picture of what kind of society are we going to make of this? Because of the fact that I deal with this more perhaps on a daily basis, I see the ramifications of what marijuana use does. I'm much more conservative in my approach to legalizing it, or at least lifting the ban. So I would actually prefer that if we would put a ballot measure to our people saying, do you want us to lift the ban or not? And if they say yes, then I will be more than happy to go with what our voter wants. But until that happens, I'm not comfortable with doing that.
My colleagues, let me share with you the reason. Now, I was a very strong supporter of voting on the ban so that we have a way to regulate and control a couple months ago. And I have spoken out about my strong concerns on some of the issues that the use of marijuana, even for medical use, may cause. For example, the smell that would destroy our business, the fact that it's been growing out of control in our neighborhood as well as commercial retail area. But let me share with you why this subject is so concerning and so alarming to me, and why I would like to move this forward quickly, because I think we have a problem that is growing out of control, and it's hurting so many business, so many small business and families. I just met a person at a newly opening restaurant. And it was so disheartening to find out that they took over that restaurant about a couple months ago because the previous owner took out all of their 401 saving, opened a new vegetarian restaurant in a very nice shopping plaza. A couple months after they opening it, a couple marijuana dispenser moving, he lost all of his customer because of the smell that coming from the dispensary next to him. And I also find out that the landlord, the owner of the shopping plaza, have no capability to evict them. When they open for business, they move in. They didn't say that they open a marijuana dispensary. They just want to rent the space, and they're willing to pay a premium. They come up with a fake business. They come to the city and ask for a permit, and very soon they turn into a dispensary. Now the city forced that landlord to evict them, and it took him a long time. It cost him a lot of money. He told me he lost at least $100,000. We do not want business to suffer. We do not want family life to shatter. And this kind of dispensary, they jump around. They move to that location. After the city find out and try to stop them, they will stay as long as they can, sometimes 6 months or almost a year, because they use a legal system to fight back. Now, when they move out, they wreck the whole facility. They, took the air condition. And then they moved to the next, the next shopping center, and they're just jumping around. If we do not act now, this problem will move from one neighborhood to the other. I received a text from our city manager just a couple of days ago. There was a robbery at a dispensary with machine gun. We got to have a better way to control it. The ban doesn't work because we have no way to control it, and they will just move from one neighborhood to the next neighborhood. I'm worried that if they may move close to my neighborhood, a shopping mall close to my home, and my son was just walking down the street and the robbery happened, machine gun. Our life is in danger if we do not do something now to control it. It's not just a matter of we think marijuana may have, health effect on us. That's by itself is disputed by, different side, in the scientific community.
But let me ask, brother. So we have a regulation that will basically zone where they can have it. Let's say we put a certain number on how many can be in a certain area. Let's say we saturate that number. What will stop another person or another shop to go into a zone that's not supposed to be zoned there?
Perhaps the hiring of 20 police officers and budget to regulate?
That's what the word of one councilman is from Santa Ana, which I have nothing to back it up with. I'm not saying that he's not being truthful about what he's saying, but I have to see exactly where his political agenda lies. I'm not going to take the word of one solo person as far as 20 police officers
Councilman,
for Garden Grove.
Yeah, Councilman Fant, I understand your concern, and it's a legitimate concern, right? But we got to explore it, and that's why the task force is created to explore and address all of the questions. I also have a question about, that I raised previously, that how do we, if a person use it for medical use and he overuse it, or someone pretend that they want to use it for medical use, they overuse it, and then they drive, and they may cause accident just like a DUI person cause accident. Of course, that's also a concern to me. But those kind of concern need to be raised by law enforcement, by many other people, so that we can have a solution for it. The smell we have to deal with it. We cannot just have marijuana store that have the smell overwhelming the surrounding and affecting other local business. Those are the questions that need to be outlined and addressed. But let me tell you this: the example that I given you is not just one. I can take you to at least 5 other small business and family their life are shattered. They're saving a shadow because of this issue. Along Pruhurst between Trask and Lamson, there are at least 3 shopping centers that have been tracked by marijuana, and we have that record. There's hundreds more. So if we do not do anything, Councilman Fan, how do we protect families in our city? We cannot just say let's have the ban and feel good that we ban it. We don't have to worry about it when all the family are suffering.
Yeah. So let's.
One more comment. I just following history and the prohibition of alcohol, I think it was clear that when that ended, the illegal operations pretty much ceased as well. So there's a side of it where recreational marijuana comes into play, and then after that, we can see what happens in the greater society of how it impacts. But I'm saying there's a potential for those black markets to go away as well. I mean, with the legalization of recreational marijuana. So, and how does that impact the medical marijuana side of it? Well, one of the initiatives going forward that has the leading, it has a may pass, has a provision that it excludes the 15% sales tax for medical marijuana patients. So how does that impact? So these are questions I think you should also consider in your task force as well. Okay. What is the impact of recreational marijuana if that passes? Okay. I mean, we're all saying, they'll continue on. There won't be any black markets anymore because it'll be legal. So take that into consideration, I ask.
Okay. Yeah. So impact of the recreational measure or initiative.
Possible legalization.
Possible legalization for adult use, and how that would work with the.
I mean,
current-
it's successful for everybody. Once it's recreational, it's also medical. I mean, anybody can go to a neighboring city, Santa Ana. They can visit the councilman over there and get their marijuana, medical or otherwise. So that's other possibility as well. And we have time to see what's happening over in those other communities. I'm saying we can view what's going on and wait and see.
We're already seeing what's happening in our community.
You're saying what you're seeing, and we'll find out through facts and statistics and data and see what happens in our surrounding cities and area.
We can probably put a cost estimate on what it's doing to our city here in Garden Grove.
And we can
the
also
lack of
estimate the
inaction.
cost of police officers and their involvement with enforcing it. And
Sure.
So, sure.
That's what we've decided earlier. And, we're going to move forward on this. I think we're going to gather a lot more information. We're going to clear up any misunderstanding. But at this point, we do have, it looks like we have support. I think we're going to have to formalize in terms of a motion to direct staff to begin drafting, language for potential initiative to make it in time for a November ballot. I think, considering the 3 state laws that give us control, that is our ability to control, to regulate, to tax, regardless of the measure on adult recreation. Is that correct, Mr. Sandoval? Could you speak to that a little bit?
No, I think that's right.
Thank you. So I've done
Mayor,
a little.
can you,
yeah, sure.
Can you clarify something you said earlier about a competing?
So what Mr.
thing that happened
Tinajero,
in San
so
Diego
what he said tonight, and from my understanding, is that the city saw that there was a group that qualified a measure. They qualified an initiative for the ballot, and it really did not allow the city council, who are the elected representatives of the people, and those that work directly with staff on zoning and planning and public safety, licensing, et cetera, to have a say in it. So they were lucky that their ordinance, well, I guess relative there, that their ordinance had passed, which allowed them greater control. We want to have that kind of control, regulation, and taxation ability. That's what our main job is. As city council members, we're in charge of land use. Mr. Sandoval?
Yeah, under California law, the people have the right to put measures and propose ordinances directly to a vote of the people. So they circulate a petition. If they get 10% of the registered voters to sign it, then the city council is required to put it to a vote of the people. If they get 15% of the registered voters based on the last gubernatorial election, then the city council then would be required to consider whether to simply adopt it without a vote of the people or to put it to a vote of the people. So what happened in Santa Ana is that an ordinance was circulated and they got sufficient signatures to qualify for the ballot. And so there was only going to be one measure written by the industry that would have permitted and authorized dispensaries in Santa Ana. What the Santa Ana City Council did is to prepare their own competing ordinance. And under California law, when you have 2 ordinances or initiatives that are the same subject matter, the one that gets the most votes actually takes precedence over the one that has less votes. So let's say, for example, they both get more than 50% of the voters' approval. Because they're on the same subject, the one that has the more votes is the one that becomes effective. And that's what happened in Santa Ana. The city council initiative got the most votes, and that's the regulations that they have. So Santa Ana was actually forced to put their own measure to compete against the industry's own regulations.
Did both measures get over 50%?
I believe they did.
And what was the content of the two measures, just briefly?
It was to tax and to permit dispensaries in the city of Santa Ana.
And what was the difference between the two, and why did one receive more support? Do you know?
I don't know the specifics in terms of the difference. I think that the tax rate, I think the industry will they don't mind a tax, but 10%, I think it's high. They will argue that something lower, between 6 and lower, is the actual point where, I mean, part of the argument is that the higher the tax, if a adjacent city has a lower tax, the dispensaries will tend to go to the lower tax area. And so you're creating, to the extent that you are permitting dispensaries and you're competing with other cities that also permit dispensaries, you will get the tax revenue or the businesses going to the lower tax areas. And so you don't get the benefit of having a tax.
Okay. And the issue with Santa Ana as far as the competing tax percentage, that was because of the fact that the city council basically had already agreed to lift the ban, or there was no ban in place, correct?
No, Santa Ana had a ban.
Oh, but...
And in fact, when they lifted the ban, they only lifted it with respect to dispensaries. They still have a ban on cultivation.
And was the ban subsequently lifted for at least dispensaries after the tax measures were passed?
It was at the same time. The ordinance is one ordinance that had the regulations, including the tax provisions in them. The other change, now that it's coming back to me, is that the Santa Ana City Council measure limited them to the industrial zone only and had different distance requirements between schools, parks, dispensaries, whereas the industry version allowed them in commercial zones and only prohibited them in residential zones.
And so, in effect, I think one of the other differences, it determined how many total number of dispensaries they were going to have in the city, if I remember.
Yes, because when you limit it to industrial and then you add to that a 500-foot minimum requirement between other dispensaries and then 2,000 feet from a school or a park, then that shrinks the area where dispensaries can actually locate.
Okay. So I think the proposed task force should bring together people and to begin looking at the pros and cons of the existing cities who currently are in the same situation as us, as well as those cities that have gone ahead and lifted a ban and to regulate, control, and tax, and how they did that. I think we should know what's out there to inform us. I'd like to move to direct staff to go ahead and compile that information and begin the work to draft our initiative so that we can have ample time for public comment and feedback, as well as input from everyone on this council, so that we're not being late or we're not rushing through anything. I think it's only prudent that we have staff go in and begin that process, so that we're well informed and we give the public and ourselves ample time.
I would second that. But I want to clarify: is that an amendment to my proposed?
No. Your.
We haven't voted on.
Oh, right, and we had a second. You're right. Okay, I guess that would be an amendment to also have the task force. Yes. And are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And are you seconding that too? Okay, great. Any further discussion? Okay, please vote.
Motion received 4 yes votes, with Councilmember Beard voting no.
Great. Item 7D. This is back. You're still here, Mr. McIntosh. I agree.
Item 7D is a discussion of February 24th, 2016 District Attorney Report regarding allegations of Brown Act violations and adoption of a resolution designating the city clerk as closed session recorder. And also we have a latecomer, Mr. Rod Powell, who would like to express himself on this item if you're so willing.
Of course. Definitely willing. However, I'm going to switch things around a little bit because I know Mr. Fan is going to recuse himself from 7D. So can we bring forward 8A before we hear the comment from Mr.
Again,
Fan?
brother.
We don't want you to not come back. 8D, please. I mean, sorry, 8A.
You want 8A?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's my things.
Yes.
Rice cakes.
I'll announce it for you.
Room temperature
So-
rice cakes.
Item A is a discussion of a resolution in support of SB 969 to allow for the sale of Vietnamese rice cakes at room temperature as requested by Councilmember Bui.
What this brings about is our state code require that certain processed food have to be refrigerated, right after it is cooked. And the Vietnamese rice cake is a special kind of food which consists of sweet rice. It is wrapped in banana leaf and boiled for about 10 hours. So because of the boiling for so long, 10 hours, the rice are very compact and air cannot penetrate it. And so for centuries, for a few hundred years, even before the refrigerator was invented, we eat that kind of food. And I swear to you, that in the old time before we have the refrigerator in our family, I can remember I was just a little boy, and a rice cake around the Lunar New Year's, we eat them for about a month, and nothing would happen to it. But here in the U.S., of course, we have to be side on the on the public health and safety. So what the Senator Janet Nguyen would like to do is seize and about 3 or 4 other state legislative and senators would like to author a bill that are going to be heard at the Senate floor in about 2 or 3 weeks, and that would if that law is passed, it would make a minor modification to the Department of Public Health code, so that it would state something along the line that, that the people who make the rice cake will have to put a label on it and indicate the time that it finished cooking, and that they will have 48 hours to sell that rice cake. And after 48 hours, they have to destroy that product according to the state regulation. And the cost for monitoring that will not be up on the city. The state will pay for the cost of making sure that it's compliant to state law. So I'd like to ask our city council to adopt a resolution at the next city council hearing to support the bill of Senator Janet Nguyen. But before we get to that point, because they are going to hear that law very soon, I would like to ask the city manager office to send a letter to the state and state senate and tell them that we were in support of the bill. This is a thing that is important to the Vietnamese tradition during the Lunar New Year's, and that we will follow on with the resolution should the council, adopt that.
Sure, Mr. Beard.
Yeah, comment. I just want to say I am in agreement with supporting this resolution, but I presume it's delicious. It tastes delicious, so I think the true test is in the taste. I think it would be incumbent upon Councilmember Bowie to bring in some samples for us.
I'll second
try.
that.
Only if it's
not
made
the month-old
within
ones, though.
Yeah.
Only if it's fresh.
Okay,
You know,
I support this.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'll move it too, unless there's a further
Right,
discussion.
second. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Motion received, 5 yes votes.
Okay, great. Mr. Fan?
Yes, on the final item with the DA's office investigation, again, I'll disclose that I'm an employee of that office, in addition to the fact that the author of the report is a good friend of mine, so therefore I will recuse myself from this next discussion topic.
Okay. I imagine him being a good friend, you would, listen to his recommendations.
I have a drink. Come back in 30 seconds.
Sure. Okay. Oh, yes, we have a card from Mr.
Rod Powell.
Powell. Yes. Mr. Powell.
Point of order. We already had public comments.
Yes, I know, but I am the chair of the meeting, and I'm going to allow it. Thank you, Mr. Beard.
I move to appeal the mayor's decision on that matter.
Okay, is there a second?
What was the?
To follow the rules and procedures and not allow any more public comments on this.
There is no second. Sorry, Mr. Beard, your motion fails. Mr. Powell, please step forward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Okay, then I'll have to be really fast.
Yes.
No hard feelings, and Councilmember Beard. The main thing I wanted to say is I'm shocked beyond belief that this has all happened with regard to former Fire Chief Barlag and a bold threat that he made, and that not one person out of 5 council members, including the one that's recused himself, proceeded to find out what should have been obvious. He had no grounds to sue to begin with. It shocks me beyond belief. And it shocks me that those in the know, including the former Costa Mesa city manager, didn't know that. If I'm not mistaken, the fire chief, the police chief, and the city manager are all vulnerable at all times to a vote of 3, and they're out. It's just shocking to me, and I wanted to say that. I could say so much more, but we already know. I agreed with what you guys said last week. It's just, this is something that needs to be investigated about, not whether he worked or not the first part before it came in the open. Why not? Unless you have something to hide, unless you feel you've done something wrong, and then you, that's probably why you wouldn't want me to talk. Not accusing anybody. I'm just saying, I really have nothing else to say.
Thank you, sir.
I said what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're back on to our discussion from the last meeting on the DA's recommendations. And I did ask Mr. Stiles to look into the cost of the audit. Do we have that?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think you're referring to the audit that Management Partners did originally when they looked at the study that they did at the time, and I think the cost for, is that the report you're referencing?
No, the recommendation, the 4th recommendation from the district attorney, and that is for the city to have an audit of the work and performance of the newly created Public Safety Administrative Officer to assure the public that the position is not a no-show job. The 4th recommendation from the district attorney's office.
Yes, and I thought, Mr. Mayor, we were talking about it in conjunction with what you were asking, what an audit like that might entail. I said I didn't know offhand, and I think you had mentioned to me, you had asked, well, what was, Management Partners had done an earlier report on that subject at the time, and at that, I did some research on that. The city paid $24,000 for that work.
Okay, so it would probably be comparable to that, or somewhat. That's what we're looking at here in terms of cost. if that's been a concern. We've heard from the public today. Thank you to the public for giving your input. We hear that this is an important part of our new era in transparency and accountability. We've all committed to having this move towards greater transparency, which involves accountability. And the public has asked that we go with the DA's recommendation and all 4 recommendations. And the 4th one is the audit. We've heard arguments of not wanting to rehash something. This isn't rehashing anything. This is something that's still looming in our city. And it will continue to loom in our city. If we truly are for transparency, then now is the time, more than any other time, to have the audit in addition to the other recommendations. The best disinfectant is sunshine. And this is for the people. This is not some kind of political grandstanding. This is unfinished business. And we have to finish it. We've already heard from the public. We've heard from the voters in 2014 as well. We've gotten so much input from the public about transparency and accountability. That's what we're considering. There's no reason for us to remove the 4th recommendation. Now that we know the approximate cost, there's really no reason. That's nothing. $20,000, $40,000 to give the public an assurance? That's very little to regain the trust of our community, to regain the trust of our residents. And also to indicate to the future candidates that run for office of what kind of conduct the people expect from their elected officials. I think that's very important. So, I hope we're not at a standstill tonight in terms of bringing in item 4 or the 4th recommendation from the DA's office.
I have a question for Councilman Bowie.
Mr. Beard?
Yeah, and that is, I think we're in agreement on the first 3 recommendations. Could we vote on those and then debate the 4th one separately? Would you be okay with that?
Let me make sure.
I don't think, to be...
I directed the question to the councilman.
Sure. And I'm going to chime in. Thank you, Mr. Beard. I don't think it's really appropriate to, piecemeal this. The recommendations are clear. There are 4 recommendations. Certainly.
The staff recommendation was clear as well.
The staff recommendation was due to Mr. Stiles saying he hadn't looked into the cost. That was his reasoning. So now that we know the cost, I'm sure that was the reasoning, that it wasn't on the recommendations by staff. And now that we know the approximate cost, then we can move forward.
The thing that disturbed me is that I was running for city council during that time when this scandal spiraled out of control. And I was very concerned as a former chairman of planning commission and knowing many of my, in fact, the majority of the member of the council was my dear friends. We have a lot of relationship. Councilman Beer was was in the planning commission with me for years. Councilman Jones I have known for more than maybe 16 years. Former Mayor Broadwater also was a I was a good supporter of him and also a friend of former mayor. And Chris Farn is a new friend that I like very much. And so I'm deeply concerned about all of the allegations going on. When I talked to the Fire Association, they asked me if I would support an investigation of Mr. Ballard if I get elected. And I told them that I do not know the fact. And so I cannot comment on that until I come into the city council and see all of the facts for myself. I hear bits and bits, and I don't know if it's true, or there's no way for me to know which one is correct, which one is not. And it was explained that, and on the other hand, I want to be fair to Jeremy. If I'm in his position, I would not want it. I would think that I would not deserve it. So I'm very concerned as I asked, friends, these people, other people, I asked a lot of people, what's going on? And when the Voice of OC put out an article about, Mr. Ballard being assigned to a new position as a contractor or as a consultant, and a lot of the residents was very upset. I asked, what's going on, and I believe the explanations that I was given, and I'm not going to say who, because there's no need to say, who explained it to me. There's a few people explained to me. And the explain that I was given is that the city is under contract with Mr. Ballard, and we have to honor it. If we break that contract, we may be sued, and we might be liable for a lot more damage. And I thought to myself that, so this is probably similar to some of the executive of big corporation where they have golden parachutes, or like big leagues, soccer or football, where if they break the contract, we are liable. So it's really disturbed me when I read the DA report that is not the case. We can terminate his employment at will if we have enough reason to believe that he can no longer perform. And not only that, during the first few months, he doesn't come to work, and the city know that. And so it's alarm to me that we somehow let that happen. Now, what happened, but I think we would like to understand, and I think the public need to have an explanation from the city. There can only be one or the other explanation. Either the DA office is wrong in their assessment, or our city is wrong in the assessment that if we break that contract, we will have to be liable for it. They cannot be both right. And for that, I think the public as well as the city need to come to a resolution to find out what's going on, why we make a mistake, and not to point or blame one person or the other, but to understand the process and how we come to that mistake, and admit to that, and then we can move on. So that's why I think not only we need to do the audit, but to really look back and answer, was we overreact because of the threat that we might be sued, and overreact and overcompensate with that decision. If that is the case, then we need to note that down, and in the future we try not to overreact when there is a threat of litigation.
Yeah, I agree that people want closure. They deserve it. Mr. Beard?
Well, I'm just hearing Councilman Bowie basically say, let's re-examine the Barlag settlement agreement, and we're looking at item number 4, recommendation number 4. I want to go back to items recommendations 1 and 3. I think we have agreement on that amongst us 4 right here. Let's just vote on that and then debate this separately. In fact, I want to move that we adopt the resolution that was presented at the last council meeting by the recommendation of the city staff to adopt the 3 recommendations of the DA report.
I'll second that.
I think that this needs to be acted on together. We already did this last time. I asked for input from the public. We heard input from the public. I didn't hear anybody say, hey, let's just move on. I didn't hear anybody say, let's ignore this. I didn't hear anybody say, let's not rehash something, because that's not how people look at it.
I did.
We heard one
Say names,
person.
but I mean, I heard, not here tonight, but I mean, since the last meeting, I've heard that from several people.
Okay, well, not here tonight. I don't know who those folks are. They haven't written to me. I did encourage people to write to me. I did hear from people and saw from folks outside of this meeting, but we did also hear during this meeting, during public comments, that people want the audit for closure, that this is a package deal recommendation. This is not something separate. That's why I don't think it's okay to support this without the audit.
Yeah.
Sure, Mr. Beard.
Oh, it's a package for you, yeah. I mean, we heard the groundswell of support, all 5 people say, yeah, let's look into it. One of them was from Rossmore. One of them was your appointee to the planning, or would be appointee to the planning commission. So, I don't see the same people's reaction that you're seeing. So, I just think that the DA has done an extensive investigation on this. They came up with their report, and the last final recommendation was an audit of the public safety administrator, and we're talking about now $24,000 to do a rehash of the agreement, the settlement. And frankly, I think we could use that money for better purposes. We could put $24,000 in public services. Definitely, we can fix potholes. We can paint community centers. We can get more materials for graffiti wipeout. I mean, enough is enough. Frankly, I think we've done the investigation we need to do. The DA did it. They had the power of subpoena, and I think let's work on putting cops on the street and not have another investigation, a needless, frivolous investigation. I mean, how much money does this city need to spend to satisfy or appease your political appetite, Mayor? So let's move forward. I made a motion. There was a second. I say let's call for the question.
No, there's still discussion. No, there's still discussion. It wasn't just someone from Rossmore and my would-be appointee to the Planning Commission. It's also Rick Montoya, Joe Block, Julie Vo, Tony Flores. It's folks who are leaders in the community. Josh McIntosh. It wasn't just, this is not something, and besides, voting is political, elections are political, our positions are political. So, yes, this is political. It is political because the people want accountability. It is political because the people want transparency. It is political because the public, the electorate, has a certain level of expectations of its elected officials. And we need to act in a transparent way. And when we talk about Mr. Barlag, we're talking about a position that was created without the public's knowledge. Okay? And I don't know what the DA did to investigate. perhaps when they interviewed you, you plead the fifth, Mr. Beard. But what we do know is that there are clear recommendations. This is from the district attorney's office. Okay, this is not about you. This is not about the former council. This is not about the current council. This is about the future of our city. This is about doing the right thing. Send a clear message to everyone in our community of what we expect out of city government, not only as elected officials, but our city government. That's what this is about. And I'm going to continue.
Please.
I'm going to continue. You know, what I notice is that we have been moving forward as a city. I don't want this looming over us. This is something that needs closure, and the only way it can get closure is if we do the audit. You know, it really doesn't matter who's elected to office if the system is going to maintain a status quo that is not beneficial to the public. You know, I think it's very important that we hear the demands of the public for accountability and transparency, because this is our moment, not for us, not for the past council, but for the people. I think that if you don't want to move on the audit for Barlag, at the very least, perhaps acknowledge that Mr. Barlag resigned. Acknowledge that there was a management partners report that gave cause for termination, you know?
That's false.
How's that false?
You said that last meeting too, and that was one thing that bugged me, is because the management partners report said it acknowledged a bunch of flaws within the department.
Right.
Primarily things pertaining to that there was so much tacit knowledge amongst all the sort of senior level people within the fire department, and that's the way information was passed down over generations, and it wasn't codified into policy and procedure in terms of how decision making. So the management partners report pointed out a lot of room for improvement in the department, but it did not single him out as being like for termination. It specifically did not.
Not for termination. No, I'll agree with you there.
Sure,
certainly.
And the biggest part of that was then when this threat of litigation thing came up, it was like, well, so what would we be firing him for? What would we be terminating him for? I know he's at will, but we didn't have any precedence for doing that before. So that's where.
Right. And let's get the facts.
And that mired with the heaviest nasty sort of union group versus former mayor politics stuff going on that I've ever seen, and it was a weird time frame. What's the?
Well, let's get the facts straight.
Yeah.
Mr. Barlag resigned. Okay. Timeline of events. And then there was threat of litigation that, according to DA, really wasn't a threat. And that, according to what I've read, we received bad advice. I mean, not me, but previous council. Yourself, Mr. Jones, Mr. Fan, yourself, Mr. Beard. Received bad advice. Either that, I don't know. Either that or you intentionally agreed to this. For whatever reason, I don't know. Regardless, what the DA is asking for is an audit of the time when Mr. Barlag was brought on in this new position that was created illegally in violation of the Brown Act. And we need to know that because we don't know that yet. And what we do know is that it's not just his salary now that folks have talked about, the six-figure salary. It's also the pension liability on top of that Garden Grove residents have to pay all the way into the future. That's what we're talking about. You know, we talk a lot about accountability and transparency. This is the moment. I feel very passionate about this. You know why? It's for the same reason I ran for mayor. My parents came from conditions under a corrupt government. I will not stand for that here.
Point of information, that wasn't part of the settlement agreement related to the PERS, Mr. City Attorney. Is the salary in question any increase or anything related to that position? Is that tied into PERS?
I would have to go back to the agreement.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't reviewed it
Okay.
for that.
Again, we can go through this. I mean, we can go through the DA report again, but we're voting on the recommendation here now, and I'd say let's pull the first three and get those, adopt those recommendations, and we can. If you want to discuss the fourth one even more, fine.
If there's no more further discussion, I do encourage that my colleagues vote down this motion because it does not include a very important recommendation, which we need to have.
Well, to me, this is important because this is all about a process that failed, and and it's frustrated me because we do not have we do not address it. We do not address a failed situation. Now, I am not trying to bring up to blame one person or the others. But it's very important that we understand why we make a mistake. Did we make a mistake and why we make a mistake? And along that line, I would like to ask the legal counsel that they could comment after I finish. Do we agree with the DA statement that that Mr. Balat's employment can be terminated at will without without breaking the contract? Now, of course, when you fire someone or terminate someone's employment, they can sue us. Anyone can sue anyone. But what I am asking specifically is, do you believe in your legal profession that the DA ascertain that there is no contract and the employment can be terminated at will? Is that statement by the DA correct or not correct? So you please answer that question after I finish. And then along this line, I think this 4 items, I think it's important for the public to understand, what's going on, and that we need to restore public trust. We are elected so that the people can count on us, that we act in the best interest of everyone. Now, of course, we could make mistakes sometime. No one is perfect, and I myself could make decisions that some people like, others do not like, and sometimes I make mistakes too. But it is important that the public can trust that I do not intentionally make that mistake. I try to make the best decision based on the fact that I know and based on my ability. And if I find out that I make a mistake, whether because I was given wrong advice or because I didn't understand the situation, but if I find out that I make a mistake, I will apologize and I will learn from that lesson and try to do better the next time. So I think it's very important to our public that we have that trust by closer to this, by understanding it, and if it costs us $20,000 or $30,000, it is very important that we spend that money so that our resident can be rest assured that we will be transparent, and if we make a mistake, we will try to correct that. That's all I am for. I'm not here to try to ding someone, and dig up the old dirt. So I hope with that my colleague will will understand the importance of restoring public trust. We have taken the FPPC ethic training. We know how important it is, regarding public perception and public trust, and we need to make sure that our city have the faith of our residents. I finish, and please answer the other question.
Mr. Sandoval?
I'm just going to recall, I was not acting city attorney at the time, but on the meeting of February 24th, 2015, Mr. Alan Roeder, then acting city manager, wrote a report to the city council to discuss the issues faced by the fire department and city council. In that report, he reported and attached an opinion by an outside law firm that pertained to the lawfulness of the Barlock settlement agreement. In that opinion, outside counsel concluded that the Barlock settlement agreement was lawful and enforceable. As to the settlement agreement and Mr. Barlock's resignation, my understanding, based on reading the outside counsel report and the settlement agreement, is that Mr. Barlock did not resign before he actually had a settlement agreement. So the resignation was pursuant to the settlement agreement that was entered into with the city council at the time.
Okay.
That settlement agreement is Exhibit B to the February 24th, 2015 staff report.
Okay.
As to Mr. Barlock being at will, all I can tell you is that Government Code Section 3254, Subdivision C provides a fire chief shall not be removed by a public agency without providing that person with written notice, the reason or reasons for removal, and an opportunity for administrative appeal. The statute goes on to clarify that there's no property interest in the fire chief in his job, but there is a limited due process requirement in the statute applicable to fire chiefs in the state of California. I think
so. Bottom
that
line,
answers your questions.
Bottom line, he was no at-will employee. He more the police chief in that regard.
Well, I think that we could argue whether he's at will or not at will, but if he is at will, he still cannot be fired without notice, written notice, the reasons for the removal, and an opportunity for administrative appeal.
Okay.
So
we're kind of moving beyond the scope of the audit being proposed here.
I don't think so. I think we're just getting into why staff came up with the recommendation they did. That's why I say I'm supportive of the staff recommendation. I think it was well thought out in terms of anything transparency oriented, implementing changes going forward to gain public support or whatever to reinforce.
I'm sorry, my understanding, and Mr. Stiles, please provide any clarification that's needed. My understanding, according to what you stated at the last city council meeting, is that the reason why you did not put the fourth recommendation, the audit, as a recommendation by you is because there was a cost component to it. Was there something else to that?
So as I read this, there's basically two reasons that I did not include that. Number one, I knew, as opposed to the other two items, which would be relatively little or no cost to implement, I knew that the fourth item, there would be a cost component to it, so I wanted to make sure council had a chance to discuss that and talk about it. And also, when I read the fourth item, it was a little unclear to me. So when it talks about we audit the work and performance of the public safety officer, does that mean you want it audited during the time that I've been city manager? And I think at the last meeting I talked about where Mr. Barlig is working very closely with me. I have him working full-time for the city and doing important work for the city. Or was that recommendation tied to some other period of time?
Mr. Stiles, I'm going to interrupt you because you were in that meeting with me along with Mr. Beard, and the investigators made it very clear, and I took notes. They made it very clear that they wanted the city to undergo an independent audit from September 30th, 2014 to November 25th, 2014.
But they didn't.
Very
But
specific.
they didn't say that.
Yeah,
in
they
this
didn't say it on
report.
here.
So,
But I have my notes, and you were there as well, and Mr. Beard was there as well. I can go into more about.
And when I was there, they kind of said, "Well, we were kind of thinking about that, putting that in," and that's there was their attitudes like, "Well," and they did put it in. So they were iffy about putting it in. That was my recollection of how they presented it. They were debating on whether or not to present it or not. So it was like they didn't. It was just uncertain on their part, but they did put it in.
I didn't
And
get
so
that
then
feeling.
Okay,
you know.
we had different
Yeah.
perceptions and interpretations of what they said. But just going forward, I'm not willing to spend an additional $24,000 to $30,000 for what I consider to be a frivolous investigation that the DA has already investigated and thoroughly investigated with the power of subpoena, with grand jury summons, and so the major items have already been addressed. I think we should follow up on at least on these 3 recommendations, and then go from there.
You know, the scope of the DA's investigation did not obviously include what they're recommending that we do as a city. The DA did, their scope was only to see if there are violations of the Brown Act. And they said very clearly that the intent and the spirit of the Brown Act was violated. So that means those on the council at that time, you're included in it, Mr. Beard, and so is Mr. Jones, and so is Mr. Fan. So let's just be clear on that. The scope of this audit that I'm asking for is based on my meeting with the 2 investigators that included Mr. Stiles. Mr. Sandoval was also there, in addition to Mr. Beard. And they were very firm during that meeting. They wouldn't let us record anything, but I was taking notes. And they were very serious. They had a very clear timeline of events. You know, based on my understanding, they probably had some folks that were subpoenaed and might have pleaded the 5th. But that investigation is over.
Yeah, I
This
agree.
audit,
It's over.
that investigation is over. This audit will give us closure. Okay? Let me finish. This audit is to look at the position and determine whether it was a no-show job. We need to assure the public that. It's very clear.
Mr. City Manager, was it a no-show job for the last 14 months? No. I think, let me answer it for you. No. I mean, you mentioned it. You use work product, a work performance. So the answer for me is it's there. It's in the report. He has been working for the last 14 months. So going forward, he's already mentioned his duties, his responsibilities. And so, again, this is a needless investigation on that short time period when we should be moving on to other things and concentrating on more important things than frivolous investigations on wasting $24,000 to $30,000. Any comments and a commentary on my part? I would like to recommend that we go ahead with the vote.
Mr. Bowie?
You know, I respect your aspiration to move on to daily business at the city here, but I think this recommendation from the DA is very specific and it is very clear. Let me read that statement. Number 4, that the city audits the work and performance of the public safety administrative officer. And this is the most important part, to assure the public that the position is not a no-show position. I would like to underline the phrase, to assure the public. He's make a very specific recommendation that public trust have been diminished, and that this is very important for us to restore the public trust in government agency. Now, coming from a country where government can do whatever they want to do, I believe in the American Constitution. I believe in the American system of government that even though it's not perfect, but it tries to be fair to everyone, and it tries to be transparent, and it tries to be honest. And that's why the FPPC ethnic training make it very, very clear that public perception is very, very important for government official. Whether a public official is right or wrong, that's one thing. But the public perception, whether their action is correct or not, is also very important. And so in that sense, that's why I felt very compelled that we need to consider this 4 recommendations by the DA as a whole, not in part. Because if we continue to pick and choose what we feel we want to choose, how could we restore public trust?
Yeah. Very good point.
I'm not here to try to blame one person or the other. I just want to understand. Yeah, we make a mistake, or no, we did not make a mistake. And if we did not make a mistake, then we say, hey, see, I told you. But if we make a mistake, we learn from it, and we will try to make sure that we will not make it again, and also to think twice about our decision, because if we make a wrong decision, we will have to answer to the public. That's all I want to achieve here, and that's why I think it's important to consider all 4 of these points together as a whole, not pick and choose. All of us have undergone, FPPC training.
Right.
They give us plenty of example in that. I think that's 2 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, AB 1234.
2-hour-long training, and in that training, I remember very clearly that public perception is critical to successful government. And even though we are right, but the public perception that I remember, they are very outraged about the possibility that we did something behind the closed door, and they have a big problem with that. I think it's important for us to restore that public trust. We haven't restored that. We cannot just stuff it under the rug.
I agree. It's a package. I agree. This is, we got to take all the recommendations. There has been a motion to adopt the last 3 that, already happened. The first 3 from the last meeting. And there's been a second. There's been a lot of discussion. Just curious, Mr. Jones, you haven't really spoken much except for it's over. Can you help us deliberate, give your perspective at the least, and help us understand? I mean, what do you have to say to the people?
Yeah, let me try and take a crack at that. So during the time frame, all this nonsense was going on back in that, like I said, probably the weirdest political election seasons I've ever seen. And I was not running that year, so I wasn't in the race, and I wasn't out pandering for support from any of the groups or any of that kind of stuff. I was sort of out of the loop, right? And I was working on something we came up with called Reimagine Downtown Garden Grove, and we had an open streets we were trying to plan for 10, 12, 14 was the first one right before that election season. And for all the hard work that me and a bunch of our staff put into trying to create positive news for the city and positive events for the city, everything was getting overshadowed by this nonsense with all this, just all the politics going on at that time frame. So, yeah, I mean,
just folks.
Got it. And that was one aspect of what was being discussed. It was not the original thing that created the fight between the former mayor and the labor union, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, that became a focal point. So it's true. There was all that stuff going on. I don't want to see any of that junk happen going forward. And I love the thought of things that we have implemented, and like the first several of these things we could implement to put procedures and policies in place that going forward we protect the city in the future from anything slipping through the cracks or whatever. But I do not see any good purpose in spending money, but it's not really so much about the money. It's in going back and drilling down into some between, what you say, September and November of that year, right smack dab in the middle of that election season when all this weird transition was going on. So what are we going to go back and say, oh, it was, well, the city manager, but he's gone. Oh, it was the mayor, but he's gone. Oh, it was whatever. I mean, to be clear, Councilmember Beard nor I were targets at all whatsoever of the DA investigation. I believe we both got dragged in there for hours and hours, told them everything we know. We didn't plead the fifth, whatever. So that's been hashed out. The DA spent a year and a half working on this thing. They came up short, and so
I don't think they came up short. I think the report is pretty detailed, and they do have a timeline of events. And like I said, the law was violated in intent and spirit, and that's verbatim.
You know, I said that,
sir.
One of the things that
why?
Because you're the one that's going to fall on this. You and him and Broadwater. That's what it's all about.
I don't know the extent of that allegation, but this is what concerns me. Without being able to understand, the mistake, or if there is no mistake, without being able to understand what are the rationale, what are the pressure that we make a mistake by hiring Mr. Ballard as the consultant at a very expensive cost. If we do not have an answer for that, let's say 4 years, 8 years, or 20 years down the road, another city council, will face that issue, and they may not have the guts to do the right thing. They may well just, let's create another position so that we don't have to deal with a possible litigation. That's why it is important for us, important for me to understand the process, not about who's wrong or who's right, but to understanding the process and our city codes, so that we can have a framework and correct or improve that framework so that we prevent this kind of issue from happening in the future. That is what I'm going after. Now, I am not particularly interested in hey, he only working for 5 hours in the first week or 10 hours a week. That is, even though we have to understand that, to know the bigger context. But what I'm more concerned about is, why are we so nervous, so concerned about being sued if we fire him? And the whole city council was so overwhelmed with that thought that we just rushed to the decision to create a position and give him the contract at the same expensive rate. Obviously, a person who I am a business consultant, and I do a lot of business process re-engineering for Fortune 1000 company. I am not going to hire someone who is performing a mid-level management task at an executive rate. That's just outrageous. If I am a CEO of a company and I'm doing that, the board will fire me. And so I think we need to understand the process and how we come to that mistake so that we can amend our process, our rules, so that we do not have to worry about possible litigation. And I can understand the pressure, right? At that time, everyone is going through a lot of pressure, both politically as well as operational-wise. And so given that, I could understand that a mistake could be made, but I think we need to understand why and how so that we can come up with a process or to prevent that or to minimize the risk that it may happen again in the near future. That's my intent here.
Okay. Looks like we've exhausted this. There's been a motion, there's been a second. I think this is going to be a repeat, to be honest. That's an interesting question that someone from the audience brought up about Mr. Jones and Mr. Beard, if they should recuse themselves. I'd like to hear the city attorney's advice on that, whether their interest.
Why should we, though? I mean,
I'd like to hear from Mr. Sandoval, since there would be direct interest, I imagine.
Recall that the laws on recusing are when you have an economic interest in the decision, and I'm not sure that there's not a contract before you that you're voting on that would affect the economic interest of either council member. If they do recuse themselves, then you don't have a quorum. You can't even consider this item.
Okay. Well, I think
still don't get what this proves or what this does to go back there.
It assures the public.
I thought I have explained myself very well. That is important.
You did.
Yeah. Right.
Not as to blame someone, but to understand, so that we can so that we do not let it happen again. I felt that, unfortunately, the council at that time not intentionally do this, but perhaps I might just speculating here that the city council is under the pressure of possibly litigation threat and rushing to an easier solution where we award the contract to Mr. Ballard so that we can save the city money. And the good intention is there, but I think from the surface
that's exactly it. So, I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you're onto it. That's exactly right. If it was bad advice, it was delivered very convincingly to the
if that is the case, then we need,
that time.
If that is the case, we need to understand that, and so that we are not going to be subject to bad advice and act on a manner that is correct. And that question is not even clearly answered by our legal counsel or by our city. Whether we make a mistake by being perceived that there is a litigation threat, and that if we do not give him that same amount of compensation for that contract position, it will cost us more. Now, that decision is not well routed, in my belief, and we should never done it. But I have no. That's my speculation. The city have not come out to say whether that is the case or not.
No acknowledgement.
No acknowledgement of that. And that's why it is so important to me that we need to have a closer to this so that we can restore public trust.
I agree. I think based on the people that we've heard today, also agree. Public comments is over. Mr. McIntosh, I see you holding your hand up there. I know what you've demanded. I know what the people have demanded. And I want to heed your demands expectations of all of us, of your city government, our responsibility over management as well, and operations of our city. And we have a new city manager. It's great. You know, Mr. Roeder, the interim city manager, had already expressed to me that he didn't know where Mr. Barlag was. And I said, well, that's your job.
He
So
expressed
then we started hearing.
He expressed in
you know,
January 2015
yes, he did.
that he was performing.
He did. Yeah, that was at my request for him to share that. That was at my request. Okay? But we don't know the period when Mr. Roeder was not here. That's what we don't know. And we need to know that. Not only do we need to know that, that's specifically what the DA has recommended. Why should we move on and
What do we gain-
not
what
give
do
the
we gain
public?
from it?
We gain public assurance, and like Mr. Bowie said, we gain the public trust. That's very important. That's priceless. You're telling me better to spend $30,000 on whatnot to gain the public trust? That's priceless.
I agree because, you know, if that is not that important, the FEPC would not have to, you know, make, mandate that we have to go through the ethic trainings, and that they make sure that we understand what public perception is. And if you don't remember that, I would suggest that you go back and take that ethic training from FPPC. When I took that training, I spent a lot of hours, more than the 2 hours that they mandate, because I took screenshots. I want to save all of those lessons so that I can go back and review them. Because to me, public perception is important, that government have to make sure that we do not waste public fund, and that we do not act in any way that that may cause the public to lose trust in government.
I agree.
And I would hold myself accountable for that. I would hold the mayor, I would hold everyone, the supervisor, the president of the United States, to that very strong expectation. If you do something wrong, Mayor Bao, I will come out and I speak against you. If I doing something wrong and you point it out and I realize that, I will apologize to my constituent.
Perhaps that's what we need then. We need some kind of closure. You know, the audit will give us that. It's clear. No,
And what is it that we are afraid of? You know, if you make the wrong decision because you was misled, then shall that be?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just don't like the thought of you guys dragging this on for another year for
No,
no
it's
apparent reason.
important. No, it's very important to us to have disclosure. It's important to me because I held integrity very strong.
Yeah, as do I.
Okay. Well, will you?
I don't agree with your
This is
rationale
this is
or
not to
lack
drag-
thereof, but
this is not to drag anything on.
It's not.
No, this is not.
We could circle
I
back
don't know
here.
why you think that.
Well,
I don't know why you think that, honestly.
Everything
This
out
is
there-
to give closure to our residents. This is to restore public trust. I mean, we've heard from people saying the same thing, that they want this.
what if you just assumed that he had a kind of lack of direction between September and November of that political
should we
year?
assume that?
Under a two-time removed previous city manager and a previous mayor, and whatever. You know what I mean? Like, what if you just said, okay, let's assume
No,
he.
this is not about what ifs.
Councilman
Well, I'm
Jones,
saying, what
even if he show up, 40-hour weeks, I still have a big problem for him doing non-essential tasks. and being paid for at an executive salary. I could not imagine that. Now, and I defended the previous council decision based on the understanding that we have no other choice. We have the contract to that obligate us to. When Mr. Flores challenged me, I said, and I was not even in the city council. He just argued with me. He said, "Mr. Flores, we have a contract that we have to be, bound by. We cannot just let him go. If we let him go, we still have to pay him. So why not just have him do little thing here and there, do errands? Because we have to pay him that salary anyway, according to the contract. So why not just using here on anything that we could use? But now I find out that we did not have a contract that we have to abide to. Now we may be required to give a written letter to explain why we would terminate him and give him the good reason why we have to. And we may have to allow him to go through an administrative appeal. But that should be the cost that we take, not give him the contract position. So I would like to understand that and make sure that we will not go through these steps again, should we face with a situation similar to this.
Would urge.
That's a different assignment, or that's a different investigation than what number 4 is asking for. Your words number 4, it was sort of loose. You defined it more narrowly too.
But
was it a no-show position between September and November?
Yes, it's a different.
It's a different
but
instruction to say let's
exactly.
go back and reevaluate the validity.
You are
of
not wrong on that.
Or like settlement agreement.
Correct. However, the DA have made 4 recommendation steps. And if we want to restore public trust, I believe we cannot pick and choose. Now, I would add the 5th item, which is that one. But I don't think I need to, because it's very clear. That 5th doesn't need any more work. That's very clear to me that we make a mistake. But in order to substantiate that, we need to understand. We need to fulfill the 4 recommendations by the DA.
And our staff did a very thorough diligence on that, and
where is that?
We should do the 3 and move forward.
No, that's not my
staff,
understanding.
Not the council.
That was a recommendation. It's in the staff report.
That was
That's
the
what I
recommendation,
support.
and the reasoning was to look at the cost. Now we know the cost. Like I said,
That wasn't the only reason.
And the cost is too much. So is there a motion and a second anywhere
the cost
down
is
the road
too
here?
much. I'm sorry.
For frivolous investigation? Yeah, I'd say it is.
Or a district attorney
you know what?
audit?
We
Recommended
we
audit?
could become vampires and grow stronger with the night, or we could vote on this. Yeah, and does your gavel not work, Mayor?
Oh, my gavel works fine.
Yeah, great.
My gavel
Let him
works
talk
fine.
out. Let the peanut gallery speak up. Okay, I'm ready for a vote.
I want to hear, something solid. Right now, we're still split. Why are we repeating this? You've heard from people. You've heard from staff. Okay?
What are you afraid of?
Yeah, what are you afraid of? That's what the people were saying.
There you go. We're worth it. Well said. We're still here because we care. A lot of fighting to save 28 grand. We want to know that you're not throwing away money. Build back feelings in the end.
Point of order, Mayor.
No, I hear it. Yeah.
People that vote for you, that's a sign of disrespect.
Point of order, Mayor.
Thank you. I hear your point of order. I hear your point of order. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. There's been a motion. There's been a second. There's been deliberation. The motion is to approve
Staff's recommendation.
Staff's previous recommendation from the last meeting.
for the 3 items.
For the 3 items. And I am not going to vote yes on that because I believe that we should not pick and choose. I believe that the audit is very important. I believe that the people need closure. So that's how I'm going to vote on this. Please vote.
Motion received 2 yes votes with Councilmember Bowie and Mayor Nguyen voting no.
Okay. Public people, thank you for there's about 2, 4, 6, there's about a little over half a dozen folks still here that have been being out of order and telling the council what they expect. And some of the speakers that spoke earlier that wanted the audit aren't here anymore. But, you brave souls are still here. You gotta spread the word. You gotta let people know. I know it's 1 a.m. and past 1 a.m. We gotta fill every single seat. I think right now there hasn't been indication, at least to Mr. Beard and Mr. Jones, that this is something we really care about. I know we care about it. I care about it. Mr. Bowie clearly cares about it too. And you all there clearly care about it. And voters voted as well. Remember, this is the platform I ran on. Accountability and transparency. And we want to get through this. We want to get through this audit before our next election. I heard out there somewhere that the former mayor, Broadwater, has opened up a committee to run for office this year in November. Did you know that? That's what I heard. I think we need to hear from more people on this issue. And I'm more than happy to listen because I think a couple of my colleagues need some more listening. I don't think the message is clear enough. So I urge you all to spread the word, and everyone is always welcome here. This is your city council meeting. We're your public servants.
And I feel like I'm watching C-SPAN at 12 o'clock in the morning, and if that's not political grandstanding, folks, I don't know what is. End of comments.
Okay. Let's see here. I want to echo again my earlier direction to Mr. Omar regarding bringing back a code that would expand our commissions to meet the changes in our city. Ideally, the next mayor, whomever it be, would allow each council member the privilege of recommending a person to each commission. And I'd like to expand those commissions to meet the number of seats that will be here in the future. Any other thing? We're going to close. Any comments?
I just want to add one thing for discussion next week. Next city council. It had been brought to me the concern of many residents about some coffee shops who continue to have, not appropriate clothes when by the waitress. And even though the city have banned that kind of practice or operation, but it still continue to go on, and we don't have the ability or the capacity to monitor and enforce it. So I would like to discuss next week about the possibility of having better control over those type of coffee shop whether we create a zone where, or even ban them from open a coffee shop, that type of coffee shop.
We actually have very strict, we had an original coffee shop ordinance, and then we tightened it up several years ago after there was that state gaming raid and that kind of thing. And the state guys came in and found out that the gals were too scantily clad at best.
Right.
And we tightened up the verbiage on it. So I think we need to enforce what we have in place. I don't think anything needs to be changed. It's pretty clear.
Some of the possibility that I would like to explore is, because they move around, right? So if we can only allocate certain zone for them to have that type of coffee shop, typically they are big. They're not a small coffee shop. They are like 2,000 or sometimes 3,000 square feet. And that type of operation, they have waitress coming in. They wear bikini, and when there's no one around, they could just unbutton. And it's very difficult for us to monitor and control. So I don't know if there is any other possibility to better, monitor it. For example, only allow them in certain zones so that it's easier for us to monitor, cost us less to monitor. I don't know, but it's something that we'll have to discuss next week, so that staff can come back and give us some recommendation.
I think we should form a committee and go study it.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr. Jones?
I'm just kidding.
I'm offended by hearing
I
that.
didn't hear that.
What time is it?
The microphone picked that up. Are you volunteering yourself?
No, thank you.
I'm sure your wife and kids are waiting for you right now. So, all right. Thank you.
It's just a discussion item.
Yeah. Sure.
If I could just say, so Councilman Bowie, would it be appropriate if we have, are you thinking it's more of an update from the police department about what the current situation is, how we're dealing with it, that sort of thing?
Yes, and if we could, recommend certain possibility, how can we better monitor and control that or regulate that? There's a number of presidents come and complain to me, and I think the problem is still there, and it's even worse. So we need to do something about it.
Yeah, I agree. We've been hearing about this, now and again, and I think it's kind of weird though that it's the workers who are actually fined, right? And not necessarily the business owners. I think that's kind of weird. If we have any control over that, I believe we do as a city, to propose a city ordinance.
Why won't we find both?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where there are penalties against the business, the owner. Also, I would also say if it's a property owner, if we can do that, I believe we can.
I think the business owners are fined, but not the property owners if the business is renting.
So the property owners, if we can do that, if it's within, code, if we can introduce that, let's look into it. And we got to regulate.
I think we're going to find that report, and it could be validated. It's an enforcement, and we have a strain on our police department now. So that's important to get the feedback from the police as well. Yeah, we have the laws on the books. Can we enforce it? Do we have the manpower to do it? That's really, I think, is going to come out of this question here.
This is a serious thing. Yeah, it's very close to prostitution. Sometimes they don't wear anything.
Well, I don't know that, but what I can say is that I really am interested in hearing from the police. Echo Mr. Beard comments there, and certainly look at how we can make the existing laws more strict. What are the maximum penalties that we can have?
That sort of thing.
Yes, and
Okay.
and if we could, recommend certain possibility, how can we better monitor and control that or regulate that? There's number of residents come and complain to me, and I think the problem is still there, and it's even worse. So we need to do something about it.
Yeah, I agree. We've been hearing about this, now and again. And I think it's kind of weird, though, that it's the workers who are actually fined, right? And not necessarily the business owners. I think that's kind of weird. If we have any control over that, I believe we do as a city, to propose a city ordinance.
Why won't we find both?
Yeah,
Where-
exactly. Yeah, where there are penalties against the business, the owner. Also, I would also say if it's a property owner, if we can do that, I believe we
I
can.
think the business owners are fined, but not the property owners if the business
Okay.
is renting.
So the property owners, if we can do that, if it's within, code, if we can introduce that, let's look into it. And we got to regulate.
I think we're going to find that report, and it could be validated. It's an enforcement, and we have a strain on our police department now. So that's important to get the feedback from the police as well.
Yeah.
We have the laws on the book. Can we enforce it? Do we have the manpower to do it? That's really, I think, is going to come out of this question here. So.
This is
It's good to
serious
look at
thing. Yeah, it's very close to prostitution. Sometimes they don't wear anything.
Well, I don't know that, but what I can say is that I really am interested in hearing from the police. Echo Mr. Beard comments there, and certainly look at how we can make the existing laws more strict. What are the maximum penalties that we can have against the violators? I don't like seeing just the workers or the women, being kind of like the fall guy for these businesses. So anyway, there's that. Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Bowie. Okay, and if there is no other, Mr. Stiles?
No comments, Mr. Mayor. No further comments, I guess.
Okay. And Ms. Pomeroy, who are we adjourning in memory of tonight?
Mr. Pat Compton, a former Garden Grove police officer.
Great, thank you.